Yo, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. It is 9/11. 9/11. And here we are today. I bet you most people don't even realize it's 9/11 anymore. It's not something that people uh, focus on too much anymore. Everybody, kind of forgot about it. We're going to talk about that today. But of course, we're going to talk about the whole Charlie Kirk situation because there was no way I was going to be able to get through today without having to talk about that situation. So I just figured I'd go ahead and embrace it. Wasn't on my agenda to talk about, but guess I will be anyway. Uh, why avoid it? Just go ahead and deal with it. Because no matter what my conversation that I wanted to have today was going to be about, I'm pretty sure you guys would change that conversation today. I'm pretty sure there's no way in hell I'd be able to have a conversation about what I really wanted to talk about today. So we're going to talk about this whole Charlie Kirk. I'm just giving some time. I'm getting TikTok set up. Then we're going to get started here. I do love the hate that I received from my video I did yesterday about Charlie Kirk. Oh my gosh, the hatred that I received. A lot of emotions, a lot of emotion. And there's a lot of emotions going on right now dealing with this whole situation. I know this sounds sad and sounds a little mean, but hell, it was just another Wednesday. Another Wednesday in the world, another Wednesday in America. Uh, it's it's just an interesting how people hypocrisy comes out uh, in this whole entire situation. I mean, because I've seen a ton of hypocrisy, and all these people claim to be Christian on both sides here in America and in other places of the world. They all claim to be Christian. They're all supposed to love one another. They're all supposed to have this empathy and sympathy for one another, you know. But it's now when it comes to their politics, this is why I've always said that politics is stronger than these people's religion. Politics is stronger than these people's religion. That's why I don't participate. There was one person yesterday. There was one person whose comments intrigued me, and a bunch of people kept calling me a leftist liberal uh, in there. And see, we got people already up here, Maestro, talking shit about a man being assassinated just because you don't agree with him. There's no hypocrisy here other than the left. I was just about to talk about this, and this may have been the person who made the stupid comments. All right, so the first thing that we have to understand is you probably would want to ask me what my political leanings are, and the fact of the matter is I'm an independent. I don't lean to the left. I don't lean to the right. Um, I am an independent. I don't see all of you people who claim that you're not indoctrinated into a religion, but yet you are indoctrinated into a political viewpoint, right? I remember a girl I went on a date with. She was like, "If you don't vote Democrat in every occasion, then I can't date you." And I was like, "Well, that's just stupid, right?" So this person who was claiming that I was talking shit about the guy obviously has listening comprehension issues. Uh, this is obvious. He has listening comprehension issues because one, I didn't misquote the man himself. So you can't be mad at somebody who quotes you if you quoted exactly if it was quoted exactly what the man said. The man said that the civil rights movement was a mistake. You know, the man said that if he gets on a plane and the pilot is black, he wants to check uh, his credentials. The first white gentleman that they arrested or detained was a suspect, and I said he's a suspect, and I was more or less talking about how the Fox 5 guy, the Fox News guy, was going every way around of describing this man instead of calling him saying he's a white man, when we can see on a constant basis if it's anybody else of a different group, they are quick to point out the race, very quick. And that was the primary thing that I was speaking of when I said that. And I said the guy was a suspect. Later on in the day, there was another white man who was a suspect. And I woke up this morning to the fact that the Utah Police Department is saying that, hey, we got pictures of the suspect. We tracking the suspect. We know who this motherfucker is, pretty much. But we're not going to release it to the media. We're not going to release it to the media. And see, like, does this matter? And new information, and this just in, and new information came out. The ATF, that came out from the ATF, that the shooter has trans ideologies written on the gun. Okay. Okay. It is not beyond anybody's mind. You have to be stupid to think that this didn't happen because there are going to be people who go against your ideologies, right? Political assassinations happen throughout history. People get all caught up in this stuff and try to make it into something that's not. The man spoke. Charlie Kirk has a right to his own opinions. He has a right to his own thoughts. Everybody who follows him have a right to their own thoughts. Everybody who's against him has a right to their own thoughts. So let me be very clear. And as I've said previous time before, but no one has a right to take someone's life for having a difference of opinion. And that difference of opinion goes in multiple directions. But if you put yourself out there in a climate where people are nut jobs, and this is why y'all hear me say oftentimes, I don't like being around humans. I would love to get on go to a planet by my damn self. Because sometimes these humans, y'all, don't make that much sense. Right? But the man said a lot of divisive stuff. The man, there is absolutely no way. And you can call it what you want to call it. I really don't give two shits about it. There's no way you're going to come out and quote FBI statistics about black people in the black household, in the black community, but you want to act like the black history, like the history towards black people didn't happen. That was my problem. It's okay that if the FBI stats are the FBI stats, it's fine. But let's look at what created those FBI stats. You see what I'm saying? That's the part of divisiveness that he does. You don't want to look at the history. You want to act like the history don't exist. You want to act like, oh, you're sit up here and there's less black fathers in the house than there are white fathers. But we want to ignore the fact that black fathers are more involved with their children, although we may not be married to the woman, but we're more involved with our children than any other group. You don't want to talk about that. So the black fathers are not living in the household, but the black fathers are with their children, and he wants to blame that. But he doesn't want to look at what happened with before the civil rights movement, to which he thought was done. He thought was a bad thing. He thought that the civil rights should have never been signed. But he don't want to look at the burnings of Tulsa, the flooding in Lake Lanier, the highway system destroying black communities, the all the people being hung and the Emmett Tills. He don't want to talk about none of those things, but then he want to call us violent. You see, he was a divisive person. There's no way around that. The man was a divisive person. He set out to create more division. And you know, people ate it up. They were eating it up. I was checking out a lot of the people on my Facebook page who was like, you motherfucker, leftist, you fucking sad sack of shit, da, 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 da. And I go look at their profiles. Oh, you live in this little town in Virginia and you a overnight bagger at some unknown ass grocery store. Oh, you this little white lady who lives up in this little town and you ain't got no fucking job and never had one. And you live like in a trailer park. Oh, okay, this person, you live out in the West Coast and you poor as shit, right? All these people those are the people that they try to get to. Those are the people that they catch. You know, because I'm gonna look at the shit. You say something, oftentimes you say something. If I wanted to waste the time, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna look, who is this person? If I can find information about you, I'm gonna try to evaluate what kind of person you are. Oh, you this little motherfucker who just moved out of this small ass town in Alabama, and then you over here, you know, working in this little small ass town, you know, doing this whatever it is. So, you know, all that bullshit. So, you know, they count on these kind of people. They count on these kind of people. And like this one lady that I looked up her information, this one lady who I found it astounding because she's the epitome of what type of person that he would want to go after. But, and you know, if you write it on social media, I don't give a fuck about trying to hide your name. I ain't hiding your name. But he's talking about from what I can see. Well, you got to understand the bottom comment is her first comment. And I'm going to read it for you guys on TikTok. Let me make it bigger so that, let me make it a little bigger. The bottom comment is her first comment. He spoke the truth. You are wrong. Blacks are violent, and you don't know any to admit it. Right. That's how she wrote it. You don't know any to admit it. You just made it political. Blacks are killing blacks. Yeah, blacks kill blacks, whites kill whites, Asians kill Asians, Latinos kill Latinos. People generally have a tendency to live in the same community as other people like them. This is why you are more than likely to be killed by somebody who looks just like you than you are likely to be killed by someone who doesn't look like you. That's just how it is. So you're not really saying anything about blacks killing blacks. But it was very interesting that her statement was blacks are violent. Because I did respond and say that, oh, blacks are violent. So I guess black people were hanging people in the 60s. I guess it was black people who was burning down prosperous white towns. Black people who were in control of the U.S. highway system that destroyed all kinds of black neighborhoods. It was black people who, even in World War II, that we were still like beating people and kidnapping people, kidnapping white people. It was black people who sold disease, who gave disease blankets to the indigenous people. You want to call it so. This is why people want to get rid of that history. They want to get rid of American history. A lot of white people do, because they want to be able to say, black people, you're just violent. And then you want to, but if I were to put a statement putting all white people in one category, then what would they say? Oh, you're being racist. You're being racist, right? America is a violent country. I will agree with what, somebody just said, America is built on violence, right? It has been violent since day one, right? And then she was saying that if you wanted to divide people, you just did. Okay, the person who was already talking, the person who was going at Charlie Kirk was already dividing people. And now you're talking about if I want to divide people. Obviously, she wasn't listening to the video, because I was explaining on the video, these people purpose is to keep us divided so that we won't recognize that the true villain is the ones with all the political power that's keeping people impoverished and uneducated. But as long as they keep us looking at each other, trying to fight each other over bullshit, we're never going to, we will always be in this situation. And but she was just saying a whole bunch of other dumb shit. You started the division. Well, the guy that they thought was the shooter was not. That's why I said he was a suspect. You just started a division. You are the leftists. The leftists are killers. Whatever. I'm not a leftist. I'm not anything. I'm me. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should have waited for the news. Fuck you, asshole. They never say race is hen. It is a black man or a Mexican. I don't know what she meant by that, but they always say what the race is when it's a black person. That's why black people were like, oh, and she did finally say, from what I can see on here, all you are is a disgusting racist creep. You are disgusting. But people don't listen to what you say on any video. They pick up on one thing and then they just run with it. They just run with it like that's the whole thing. The overwhelming majority of the video I was talking about, the fact that we allow for these divisions to come up and people to divide us. But it's the hypocrisy that flows from it. And this is why people do it. So when we look at the Christian hypocrisy that I'm speaking of, June 14th, 2025, you had a Democratic congressperson in Minnesota, Melissa Hortman. She was politically assassinated. I don't recall a national day of mourning. I don't recall flags being flown half-mast. I don't recall the same outrage from the people who are outraged about Charlie Kirk. As a matter of fact, what I do recall is the Republican side of the aisle of people, the Republican side of the mentality, celebrating that now there's another, one of the most common things I said, oh, now there's an opportunity for another Republican seat in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. So now we can, clean that city up. Minneapolis is such a fucked up city because now we got one of the bad people out. I was seeing praise and happiness from the right side on this lady being, her and her family, whole family, being assassinated. Right? There were plenty of cheers. But then when it happens on the opposite side, and you got cheers on the other side, now they're like, you guys are disgusting. You all should be murdered. I saw one lady talking about let's just separate the country now. And there was another guy, he was crying. He was mad and crying. I love Charlie Kirk. You ain't never met Charlie Kirk, man. You ain't his personal friend. I ain't ever gonna be that emotionally upset about any person that I don't know. That's that idolatry bullshit that y'all get caught up into. But it's hypocrisy. Your politics is stronger than your religion. This is one of another reasons why I had to deconstruct from Christianity, because y'all politics are stronger than y'all religion. Every last one of them. Yes, for real, Aki. The dude was crying and yelling and screaming, and I was like, dude, you don't even know him. Y'all are not friends. You weren't invited to the barbecue. The hell? Heather, you were so unsympathetic. Then you didn't hear the first part. So you might want to shh for a minute. And what am I going to sit up here and cry about somebody I don't know? Now, I said nobody deserves to be murdered. Nobody. If you were to pee on my show every now and then, you probably find out that I'm an advocate for people having a right to life at all times. That is one of my biggest things. You have a right to life at all times. No one has the right to take away your life. That is one of my biggest things. You have the agency of living your life. But people want to say, see, this is what I'm saying. You don't have no empathy. Where's your empathy for the people who are being genocided over in Palestine? Where's your empathy for Melissa Hortman, who was assassinated? Where was your empathy? And y'all know I got to go there. Where was y'all empathy for George Floyd? Was George Floyd not a father as well? But Charlie Kirk called him a scumbag. So where was Charlie Kirk's empathy for George Floyd? And you want me to have empathy for him? You see how that hypocritical bullshit be running, right? He called him a scumbag, and he's a father. Now, it doesn't matter if you think he's a good father, bad father, it doesn't matter. He's a father. There's a kid that don't have a daddy. There's a kid that doesn't have a daddy who don't have the opportunity to change his life or do better with his life, and he might have been great with his kid. Trust me, I got an uncle on the streets. He was one way, but with his kids, totally great father to all the bullshit. I got to give him that credit. I couldn't stand him when I see him on the street, but with the family, with his kids, he was a great man. But Charlie Kirk didn't have no empathy for George Floyd. So why should I have any for him? See? Look at him. Look at him. They can't help it. They can't help it. Floyd was a fucking fentanyl in his system. He swallowed the bag of fentanyl in the cop shoulder. They can't help themselves but to be hypocritical. And Charlie Kirk was a race hustler. He was a race hustler, which is far worse, because let's say he had the fentanyl. Let's say that's true, because there's nothing about that. I ain't never seen nothing about that. He ain't out here trying to force other people to take it. But what is Charlie Kirk out here saying? He's out here saying that civil rights, passing the civil rights was a huge mistake. Blaming the Jewish community, Jewish money on American culture, and saying that gay people were destructive and that they should have them be put to death. This man is saying that gay people should be put to death. And that the Second Amendment, and this, y'all know this one is going around more than anything else, that the Second Amendment is worth the cost of some gun deaths. Some gun deaths. See, y'all, these Christians are supposed to be people who, you know, you're forgiving of sins, right? But as soon as somebody who's on the opposite side of what you believe on, whether it's the opposite race or if they're on the opposite of a political line, oh, let me find everything negative to justify whatever happened to them. Oh, Floyd, we got video. We see the man chest being, I mean, the man on his neck, his chest. We see the video. All right, regardless of what that man had going on in his life and who he was or what his record is, nobody deserves to die that way. Nobody deserves to be murdered. But you'll find a reason and excuse when it's somebody that's opposite of you. But then when it's somebody on your team, you don't want to call out nothing negative about the man. You just want to be like, he was a father. That's the hypocrisy. That's the hypocrisy. But he's still over there trying to tell him not on his neck. It was on his shoulder. The hypocrisy, they can't get past themselves with the hypocrisy of their religion. Damn, y'all going too fast. Somebody just said something that I wanted to catch. I caught the first line. Yeah. When Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer, they were so silent about it. They didn't want to say nothing about that. Matter of fact, they tried to. I think that's the one that they tried to spin it to make it seem like it was a Muslim or a Spanish person or something like that. I may be wrong now. I don't watch a whole lot of news, so I'm gonna need y'all to help me on some of those things like that. But there was a spin that they tried to put on that one to try to make it seem like it was Islamic jihadist or some shit. Right. So, you know, and why should I show Charlie Kirk any empathy when he said that empathy was part of the woke agenda and movement? We need to get rid of that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, the thing about it, you cannot go out in the world and speak negatively about a bunch of people and then think that a bunch of people who you're speaking negatively about is going to show you some empathy. It's going to show you some love. That's not going to happen. Like, if something happens to me, I don't expect, other than the Christians in my family and the Christians that I have friendships with and the Christians that I have good associations with, I don't expect any Christian who does not know me, and the only way you may know me is through this system right here. I don't expect any love, consideration, or, you know, empathy from y'all. I expect y'all to be like, that's what he get. That's what he get for speaking up against God. I expect y'all to be on my shit, talking all the trash, the big dog trash about me. Because that's how humans do. And that would be the hypocrisy of you saying that you're a Christian. Your book tells you that you're supposed to love your enemy. I am your enemy. According to y'all, I am your enemy. But no, y'all are just like Charlie Kirk. I always want to call him Clerk, but Charlie Kirk. Y'all will stand on your politics stronger than you stand on your religion. Y'all will follow your politics with greater reverence than you will follow your religion. And thank you, Elise. All the airways, everybody's talking about Charlie Kirk. And of course, just like me, they bringing up the contradictive nature of this whole thing. It's hot news. But you know what people ain't talking about? They ain't talking about them Epstein files no more. You know, this I got see this is the I gotta love him. Gotta love him. Got a dude on TikTok. He just keeps posting the same sentence over and over again. You're not the enemy, just get off EBT. Motherfucker, I wish I could get some EBT. I love when people think that they know somebody want to say something. You see how the racism just comes out? You make the assumption because I'm a black man, I'm on EBT. Yet more white people are on EBT than black people. It's just like when I was in the Marine Corps, I had more white Marines who had food stamps than I had black Marines who had food stamps. See, you speak of things that you have no knowledge of. This is how they do the ignorance, right? Because this person, they're not even worth my time anymore. They're not even worth my time. Not even gonna pay that image. Now, there are a few things. Okay, y'all know I don't usually get into this level of thing, but I got to get into it. Because I'm watching this whole scenario, and so I know people. One, let's recognize the fact that people forget shit all the time. Did anybody even recognize that 9/11 was coming up? Not that it was today, because people have said it enough today. But did people even recognize that it was coming up? Like, people forget. They distract you. You want to be distracted, right? And the more and more they say stuff, the more and more you get distracted. Like, for right now, nobody's paying attention to the Epstein files anymore. People have forgotten that 9/11 happened for the most part. People like myself can never forget, because I was a grown-ass man during that time frame. Just like, there were other events that happened. I'll never forget them. To my children, they were little when 9/11 happened. To them, it's something they learned in their history books, right? Kind of like for me, I remember still having D-Day parades in my town in the late 70s, early 80s. And I just thought it was, okay, it's a great parade. I'm a kid, they throwing candy. It had no meaning to me, right? But most of the people, they've forgotten about 9/11. So 9/11 is not a good distraction anymore. And these Epstein files will still keep going. Now, we're going to go through some of the conspiracy theories out there. There are some conspiracy theories that are saying that this was done as a red herring or something like that, so that to get people's attention off the Epstein files, and off something that NATO did, right? And off of the fact that Israel bombed Qatar, right? False flag. Thank you, Emily. There are some people who are saying that the assassination was a fraud. Didn't happen. That he was faking his death. There are people out there saying that, well, Trump ordered this to be done because, I guess Charlie Kirk is somebody who is pushing the Epstein files. He won't let it go. He won't let the Epstein file thing go. So Trump is like, oh, really? So some people are making that assumption, or making that conspiracy theory. So there's always these conspiracy. And then there's the one about if you see the video, and it's a gruesome video. I downloaded it myself. You see it, it's a gruesome video. I can't show you, and I'm not going to show you. But, thank you for the live thing there, Miss Fifi. I know that's not my Sydney. Oh, it's not my Sydney. Sorry. My oldest daughter's name is Sydney. Shit. The guy who was standing in the black shirt, his security guard behind him, they said, some people saying the guy in the white hat was giving signals. The security guy gave some signals. So people are saying that they're giving signals that, it was assassination in that part. There's the video with the man on the roof running around. So there's a lot of, and there's going to be even more conspiracy theories. I was just telling my wife last night, any person who went through Marine Corps boot camp and is still in the Marine Corps, and probably most of them who've gotten out the Marine Corps whose hands are steady enough, could have made that shot. That was a I will give some credence to the idea that that was that one shot, because it was just one. A little professional, or at least a little military grade. You know, military grade. So I lean a little bit towards that part, only because I know as a Marine, we rifle qual every year. What the hell happened to TikTok? Wow. Somebody got mad on TikTok and now my access to lives have been removed. This is one of the reasons why I stopped doing lives on TikToks, because the TikTok bullies can get your stuff taken off. This is such bullshit. This is why I stopped. I'm telling you. This is why I stopped doing lives on TikTok. Fucking TikTok bullies. Now, here's what's funny. Here's what's funny. All yesterday, people talking about Charlie Kirk. All this morning, TikTok, people talking about Charlie Kirk. This guy. This is what. Ah. Ah. That's why. That's why right there, I stopped doing TikTok live. So where was I? They're asking all social media to ban videos of or lives about Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that. I would not be surprised by that. How you feel? Mm-hmm. But I did want to. Okay, so I don't know if I should go through this or not. I'm gonna do it anyway. Hell, and I open my mouth, so I gotta do it now. Yeah. So some correct information. You know how they say that he got shot in the neck? I don't think he got shot in the neck. He got shot in, and this is why I say a Marine, any Marine. I was telling my wife last night how from the 200-yard line marker, for the 200 yards, we have to qualify. And it's called a dog target, but it's like from the chest up, right? So from the chest up, we are trained to make that shot, right? You still make that THC pump? No, that was for special people, man. No. So he's trained to shoot from the neck, from here up, from 200 yards. Every Marine has to be able to qualify to shoot, to hit that target from the chest, just the chest up, from 200 yards. It's a bullseye target from 100 yards, and it's chest up from 200 yards, and then it's the full torso from 500. So, but you got to be able to shoot like that to qualify in the Marine Corps. And then we have to rifle qual. I think when I was in, it was every year, but I think they changed it every 2 years. But you had to qualify on your rifle, and you got to be able to hit this, right? Now, understand how bullets work, though. If a bullet goes in your body, it can ricochet into other parts and come out somewhere else. So I was going through a video, screen as screen by screen, shot by shot, as much as I can. And I was able to catch it. I was able to see it at this frame. Now, what do y'all see at that frame? I know y'all see it, right? You do see the little, and I was shocked that I was able to catch that frame right there, where you can see the look, where right where the shirt starts to go in. right in the center. I was completely shocked that I caught that frame. I mean, is that not crazy? Oh, wait a minute. Is TikTok? Let me see this. They kicked me off. Let me see if my appeal works. Oh, you mean they? Oh, well, we're back on TikTok. Look at that. Um, yeah, the chest does move up. So now that was in Kevin Willis. That is interesting because there was like a little dark bulgy thing that when that impact happens, but it depends on what is being utilized as to whether or not that would work. But I do think then there was the ricochet action that then brought it out to the left. But that's a weird shot. And then you see it coming in here, but coming out the side. Now I couldn't zoom in enough to see if there was any kind of tear or hole in the shirt. Couldn't see anything like that. But just in comparing to how that video, how that, if you look at it, there's an impact push in the chest. But yeah, it does come out the neck. But that shot right there, let me see if I can put that shot on. I don't know if I can change this on your oh, maybe I can on TikTok. What I'm showing the people on Facebook is this, Facebook and TikTok. What do you see right there? I was able to catch a frame at that very spot. That's an interesting frame. And it opens up a few questions. One, I'm not looking at a neck shot. I'm looking at a center mass shot. Two, that bulgy thing in the front. I don't know if it's impact movement from the shirt. Some people who are smarter than me when it comes to that sort of thing would know more about that. But that's just a weird look for a point of impact. You see what I'm saying? It's just a weird look. And I think this is why some people are saying that there was body armor on or whatever, and some people saying that because, like I said, there are multiple conspiracies out there. There's the one that the whole thing was faked, and but then there's the one that it was a true attempt. And I think we're going to have a lot of that going on for a while. We're going to have a lot of that going on for a while of all the different conspiracies. Now let's see if I can get my original thing back on TikTok. I want my original one back. Oh no, I don't want that. Okay. About the hypocrisy of it all. Yep, let's get back to the conversation. Now, like I said, so back to the conversation about the hypocrisy of all these people dealing with this situation. It's ridiculous to me that they're letting their politics stand on. Now, I wanted to talk. Today's conversation was arranged for me. We was going to talk about hell, and that hell is not real. All right. Uh, just going to ask a question. Based on your understanding of Christianity, where he going? All right. And you know this. what's funny to me is that he was supposed to be promoting Christian values, but those Christian values were more geared towards white nationalism. So I find it interesting that people still supported that who call themselves Christian, right? But then to a certain degree, I can somewhat understand. Now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let some people come up today. We'll just see what we got going on. I know this is going to attract different people who've probably never been on my show before. Indy, or is that Lindy?
What's going on?
Is it Indy or Lindy?
Indy.
Indy, okay. Are we over 21?
Yeah, I'm over 21.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think he was promoting white nationalism.
Really?
I think he had a little. Listen, I think that white nationalism word is blown out of proportion.
Okay. So what do you think he was promoting?
I think he was promoting Christian values, and he had a little nationalist streak in him. But
promoting Christian values and had a master streak in him?
Nationalist streak in him. He had a little nationalist streak in him. There's some stuff he said that I could see where you're coming from, but I don't think that was the core of his message.
Core of the message, not the core of the message, is still part of the message. If you can't sit up there and say that, hey, if there's a black pilot, I don't think that I wonder if they're qualified. If talking about these black women saying that they don't have the mental capacity to have the job that they got, right? And singling out the black women for that. That's racism, bro.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from. But things like affirmative action and DEI bring these type of questions out, don't you think?
Things like affirmative action and DEI allow for people who wouldn't even get a shot to get a shot. So this is a conversation I used to have when I was in the Marine Corps with some of the guys, who were like complaining about the fact that I had an uncle, he didn't get a job because they had to give it to a black person. And I asked them all the time, I said, okay, how many white people were working? How many people were working at that company? Oh, it's 500 people. How many black people working there? Oh, 3. So your uncle, he just wasn't as good as those 3 black people, but you're not going to mention the other 497 people, right? That he wasn't better than. That's all white. So when people start saying, affirmative action, all that, I grew up in the 70s and 80s. I saw people getting denied jobs.
Let's distinct between DEI and affirmative action. Mm-hmm. Right? Do you think there was a difference between DEI and affirmative action, or do you think they were both necessary?
I think they're both necessary because DEI is just diversity inclusion, right? America's not a melting pot. A melting pot is when everything looks the same, tastes the same, rolls the same. We need to learn how to embrace our diversity. And we need to include that diversity in the workplace, in government, in every aspect of our life, if we want this country to function, because this country is diverse and will always be diverse. It will never be a melting pot. And affirmative action is the fact of giving people the opportunity, forcing companies, forcing the government to give people opportunity that otherwise the overwhelming majority of companies would say no.
I understand what you're saying. I'm splitting the two up. I'm saying like affirmative action. I'm gonna give affirmative action like I lumped them together right in the beginning.
Yep.
But I'm splitting them up. I'm saying like DEI. I think DEI was negative because it didn't necessarily help black people all the time. It was more for like women and trans people, and it was for pretty much everybody. Whereas affirmative action was just for black people. Am I correct on that?
No, you're not. The affirmative action, even though at the center of it was what was happening in the black community, because at the time frame we was the largest minority in America. So yeah, at that time frame, we were just a center point. But affirmative action was about Spanish people. It was about women. It was about women. I shouldn't say women people. It was about women. It was about everybody who wasn't white, right? So affirmative action, just like the Civil Rights Bill, affected everybody. Just black people were at the center of it. DEI It's similar, except it's adding in newer categories that we didn't acknowledge when affirmative action was around. When I was growing up, there was no all these different genders and all the trans and all that. They didn't have their power like they got it now. There wasn't as identified. So it's making a roadway for those people to be included as well. Because they shouldn't be excluded because of a choice that they make or if they feel that they was born that way, however it is. And
so you believe that's a government role? Does the government should be forcing it on people?
yeah, because people are too selfish and irresponsible to do it themselves. You have to have some level of government. I'm not saying I approve all government oversight, no. So let me be clear about that part of it. But what I am saying is that in order for a civilization to function and continue and grow, government has to step in where the people fail. And we live in.
I can understand that.
I would hope so.
I understand. No, I understand. I disagree. I disagree on some of these things. Like, I disagree that DEI was necessarily a positive. Right now, they're taking it out of the Department of War.
Let me ask you a question, and it'll be back when he gets out of office. But let me ask you a question, and be honest about it. Is your real issue with DEI because of your religious affiliation and how it feels towards gay and trans people?
No.
Really? Because you were saying that you think he promoted Christian values, so I'm assuming that you agree with the Christian value statement.
Yeah, I agree with the Christian values he promoted. I don't agree with some of the stuff. I think, listen, I'm saying this, right? You have these professional talking heads like Charlie Kirk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they talk a lot. They have a lot of sound bites. You can find ones that you disagree with. You can find ones that you agree with. I've heard some sound bites. I know exactly what sound bites you're talking about, where he's talking about, like, he's afraid about the black pilot. I understand that, right? I don't agree with that. But I agree more with the sound bites he had on Christianity. I thought they were solid sound bites. I thought he gave good, solid points. And I'm saying, like, when you had these professional talking heads, like I said in the beginning, he was a Christian, and he said he had some nationalist stuff to say that maybe it wasn't the most advised thing to say. That's what I'm saying.
So you're cool with somebody who speaks on some Christian values, but yet then they might have some nationalist issues, and you're okay with them having you don't mind, you'll excuse the national issues because they talk about some good Christian stuff?
I'm saying, everybody isn't perfect, right? I didn't agree with all the stuff he said about black people. I don't agree with that. I'm a black guy myself, by the way.
I can tell.
I didn't agree with all this. Yeah, I didn't agree with everything he said about black people. But I'm saying, like, I'm giving him a little grace. You know what I mean? I'm giving him a little grace and saying,
yeah, but the grace,
some of the stuff he said. Go ahead.
But the grace that you gave him was the fact that you don't think he's a white nationalist.
Yeah, I don't think he was like a white nationalist.
How?
No, I don't think he was. I think he said some ill-advised things that maybe he should have said.
This reminds me of a guy who I grew up with, and he's on my Facebook page. He swears up and down he's not racist. But yet, he will post everything that a black person does that's wrong in the media. But he swears he's not racist because he's married to a Spanish woman. So he swears up and down he's not racist. Now, he'll post some stuff he loved Dr. King, because we all grew up in Atlanta, so we love Dr. King. He loved Dr. King. He loves a lot of other black political people who did great things. But if you were just scrolling through his page, you would look at him like, nah, this dude got some racism going on with him. All other levels, he's a great guy.
I understand that.
But that's what you're doing.
I don't think so. No. I'm saying, listen. I'm saying, look, he has a lot of sound bites. Right? He's had a podcast for I don't know how long.
I've listened to his full little speeches and everything, more than just his sound bites.
What I'm saying is he talks a lot, right?
He's a racist, man.
You think he's just dyed in the wool racist?
Yeah. All races don't look the same. That was what I was trying to get across by the example of the guy I grew up with. All of them don't look the same. There's a dude that up my street, white dude. He don't like me no more because I called him out on all his bullshit. And I was like, dude, just because you hang around black people all the time, you still fucking racist.
No, that's true. That's true.
And
You
you
can't hang out with black people.
and he like 78 and he like 70 something years old. And I'm like, and I told him, you're a racist because you're still a product of your environment of how you grew up. You think you've overcome it, but you haven't because of the bullshit you're saying right now. Right? Racists come in different forms. Charlie Kirk, 31 years old. I mean, shit, I was a grown ass man, been through Desert Storm and shit, but by the time this Joker started walking, he's still a racist. You know, if racists say racist things, like if it's a black pilot, sweeping indictment, that I'm worried about if they qualify. That's racist. He didn't say that about a white pilot. Didn't say that about Spanish pilot. That's just racism, man.
I mean, there was a controversy about black pilots getting passed through school and not making their grades or something like that. Do you remember that?
Come on, bro. Come on.
No, there was. I mean,
come on.
It was a serious. It was a. I think it was on the news. That was what he was responding to.
I don't think he wasn't responding to that. I don't think so. From my memory, he was. From my memory, I don't. I'm just saying, from my memory, I don't recall that being the reason he said that. But if that's the case, can we if we did a sweeping look at most industries, most people, you will find people of all different color groups and all different genders who have gotten jobs that they actually weren't qualified for. So to try to point out some black people on that instance, I'm trying to find something. I'm trying to get something. And then here's the thing about being a pilot, right? And because I used to want to be one. There ain't no way in hell they letting you get up in that plane and operate that plane and you're not qualified. You gotta have the hours. You have to have pass the test. There ain't no side doors you can go through. Now, if it's something like, oh, if you fail the test 2 times, you're supposed to be disqualified, but they let people take it 3 times or 4 times, you might have a leg to stand on if it's something like that. But even at that, I guarantee I can find you some pilots of other different groups who did the same shit. So, but as a pilot, you can't get up there without passing. You will not get your FAA license without passing.
All right, I understand what you're saying. I understand. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I understand. Look, I'm giving the man a little grace. I'm saying I don't think he was necessarily 100% like a full-on racist. I don't think he was. I think he just said some ill-advised stuff that maybe he got caught up in the moment on his podcast. You know, they talk a lot. Maybe he was trying to push some narratives.
The only grace I'm gonna let him have, man, is the grace that nobody deserves to be murdered. That's it. Beyond that,
no, I can agree with you there. I don't think he deserved to be murdered. I don't think he deserved to be
murdered. But that's the only grace I'm gonna give him. Because if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna do that, you need to give Hitler some grace.
No, we don't need to give Hitler some grace. No,
Why?
That's totally different.
In his early years, and then when he first became Führer, he was Christian. Give him some grace too.
No, I don't think so.
Why he can't have no grace?
Why can't? Look, you're talking about rhetoric versus actions. And this isn't even rhetoric. This isn't even violent rhetoric.
So,
right?
so you gonna give Charles Manson some grace then?
No, Charles. He did some stuff. He incited directly to violence.
Yeah, but his words, right? His words.
Yeah, no, he incited the people. He had the people in the Spawn Ranch, right? Showing them movies, preaching helter skelter, and drugging people. That's totally different. This is hard. He's worried about a black pilot. He sees a black pilot, right?
Now,
that's not the same thing.
I'm just saying
you're giving apples and oranges here.
And truly, the Hitler versus him one is apples and actually, it's not even apples and oranges. It's more like apples and a damn cow. It's totally different.
It's
but
totally different.
It is, and I can admit that. I know it, and I knew it when I said it. But the point that I'm making is that you saying you give him grace because he spoke of Christian values, right? So these other people spoke of what they believe to be Christian values as well. Charles Manson spoke of the Christian value and claimed that he was Jesus, right? He wouldn't claim that he was a Christian because he claimed to be Jesus. So that in itself is he's pulling from Christianity. You're gonna give him some grace because he's pulling from the Christianity thing?
No. This is totally different. This is totally different. Look, I read a little bit of Mein Kampf, right? There's not really anything about Christ in there. Mein Kampf has got it, and he tried to coup the government, right? Beer hall push, right?
I'm talking.
Then you have Manson, totally different, right? And you know, I've read some conspiracy theories that Manson was a plant. Like he
I'm just saying you're giving grace to people who talk Christian. I'm not comparing the actions. I'm not comparing the results. I'm comparing if a person has something about them that's jacked up. What you're doing, and thank you for demonstrating it. What you're doing is saying that, well, there's a line. If a person just talking and then he doesn't go and mass murder and genocide people, I'm gonna give him some grace. If a person talking Christian but they don't claim to be Jesus and then they get other people to go kill people, I don't have to give them grace, but I'll give this person grace. So you have a certain line that you're saying I'll give grace to people, and other lines you won't give grace to people. But in Christianity, you're supposed to give grace to all people.
Yeah, no. No. I don't think we're supposed to give grace to everybody.
No, yes, you are. Yes, you are.
No.
Are you not trying to be like God?
No.
Following God?
Gives grace, right? Hold on. Let me explain real quick. We know what Hitler did, right? We know what he did, right? We know what Charles Manson did.
Yep.
Now, right? You got Charlie Kirk over here. I don't think it's fair to put him in the same conversations with these people. He didn't incite any violence.
See, you're drawing that line between what a person did. All I'm talking about is a person does something that's out of line with Christian values, and you're saying that because they spoke Christian values, you want to give them grace.
No, I'm saying what he said. I'm saying that there's a complexity to it, right?
It's really not.
What he said is this, right? He said things about the black pilots, right? It's flagrant. It's a foul, right? I can admit that. I can say, yeah, maybe he should have cast aspersions on black pilots specifically because of the news article, right? But at the same time, I'm saying I didn't find him to be 100% racist. I found a lot of stuff he said to be not that racist. I didn't find him to be racist. I didn't find him to be 100% racist. I say some of the stuff he said was foul. Like he probably should have said it, but I don't think he was racist though.
Like I said, my neighbor up the street, he's not 100% racist, but he's still racist.
Nah.
The guy I went to high school with, he's not 100% racist, but he's still racist.
No, people, people, especially when you talk as much as that dude does, right? As much as Charlie Kirk does. You have a show, you're yapping every night. You have to come up with all this content, right? Some of the stuff you say isn't going to be 100% right. Would you agree? If somebody think about this, I don't know how often you should.
100% of the shit that I say is not right.
Yeah, but imagine somebody was picking you apart and saying like, "Oh, he said this, but there's 1,000 hours of you talking."
Yeah, there is. There's thousands of hours of me talking, and there are people who go through and they pick apart little certain aspects. And unlike most people, I'll go back. If I catch it, I'll correct it. If somebody catches me, I'll correct it. I have no problems. And unlike other people, I will sit up here and say, I am biased. If I have a woman that's on here and we are in disagreement, I am much more courteous to that woman than I am to dudes. To dudes, I will get rude as fuck with a dude because I have less patience for men. And especially if we're talking about getting out here and making money or making changes in life or anything in life, really. I got less patience. I admit it. I'm sexually biased. But I admit my shit.
You've been respectful with me. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm being way more patient towards you right now than I normally would be because, yeah, you've been getting cussed out by in my normal. If you was catching me by the time I get to my hangry mode, yeah, I'd be cussing you out.
No, I think I'm being polite though. I think I'm a polite debater.
It ain't because you're being polite. Some of the things you're saying, and especially saying them as a black man, I'd be cussing you out. I'd be saying some of the stuff that people on. I'm glad you're not on YouTube or Facebook, but some of the things that some of the people are saying about you on Facebook and YouTube, I would have repeated.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
And how old are you? How old are you?
33.
Yeah, that's part of your problem right there. That's part of your problem. It is.
I'm gonna tell you. No, listen. I'm gonna tell you this though. Older black guys, y'all have a harder line than younger black guys. Would you agree there when it comes to racism?
Yeah, because we live through shit and we see shit that you little jokers can't see. And y'all are so damn blind and passive towards it and making these, y'all not fell into this thing where y'all think that y'all were born and y'all have had equal footing. You little fuckers hadn't had equal footing and you don't even realize it, which is why it's so easy to dupe y'all.
No, listen. Okay, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. You don't think it's a benefit to have been born a little bit younger, not to not have experienced a little bit of racism.
No,
you have a different opinion.
Hell no, you little entitled ass people. No, y'all need to experience some of it because it's happening in your face and y'all don't even realize it. Y'all just smile and take it. Y'all sit up there and think that it's okay for them to whitewash American history. As long as y'all making y'all money, y'all got these opportunities. I don't give a fuck about y'all whitewashing the history. I don't care if we don't talk about slavery. Oh, let's change and say that it wasn't no slaves, black slaves that came over here. We was already here. Y'all fall for all the dumb shit.
No, that's not me.
But because you sitting up here trying to justify the racism that this man had. It's okay for you to say, you know what? There are some things that he said that I agree with, but that motherfucker said some racist shit, and I don't agree with that. But you trying to soften the racist part.
No, I'm not softening it. Listen, what I'm saying is this. I'm saying some of the stuff was objectionable, and I understand why you could say it was racist. I understand your point. I understand your point of view. But I'm saying this. I don't think it was from a place of maliciousness. You know what I mean? I don't think it was from a malicious, I just despise black people place. Like Nicholas Fuentes, for example, right? That guy's racist. We can agree there.
I don't even know who the hell that is.
You know who he is.
I don't even know who he is. But young man, okay. What is the goal of a man who is watching black people march and upset about police brutality? And when they talk about, and what is the point of this man coming out and saying, well, Floyd was a scumbag? What is he trying to do in that moment? What is he trying to do in that moment?
All right, look, Floyd, right? Floyd is a controversial issue.
No, it's not. That, right? It's not.
You think it was straight? You think it was straight up? You think it was straight up? You think it was straight up everything they said it was?
That is that's that entitled bullshit, and y'all not fell into the hole. It doesn't matter about a person's past. It doesn't matter about how they're living their life. No one deserves to be murdered like that.
I'm not saying. Listen. I don't necessarily want to go into the Floyd issue. We should go into a different topic, right? Because I feel like you probably lose it on me if I go into the Floyd issue and start speaking.
You know what? No, this is what we're gonna do because I don't normally. I'm trying not to give people whole hours and shit like that because I got another person.
I'm about to. I appreciate.
Yeah, I got 2 other people waiting on different platforms, so I'm trying. I got to be fair because this is how y'all get me on here for 5 hours. I ain't doing no damn 5-hour shows no more. So I appreciate you.
Problem. Hey, what?
I need you to go sit with some old black men. All right.
I'll follow you.
All right, man.
Follow.
Later. Hold on. Let me bring. Oh shoot. Oh, I didn't know I can change y'all display names if I wanted to. My man, Dallas. Am I saying that right, Dallas?
Yeah, you got it right, Coach.
All right, shit. I finally got somebody's name right.
All right. Hey, look. That name right there has gave me like a lot of trouble growing up. Substitute teacher called me. I don't know how she seen that name. She said delicious in the whole classroom.
I can see she skipped a C. She done threw a C in there.
Yeah, she could have seen that there was no C in there.
All right, Bombalicious.
But Coach,
yeah.
All right. So first of all, good morning, or is it evening? No, it's evening, afternoon. The DEI thing.
Yeah.
Like videos that I kept seeing with Charlie Kirk. Right. I don't know if it's the algorithm on my Facebook, but I seen like his speeches or whatever, the full speeches.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about the DEI, and I've seen a lot of other people talk about it, like he wasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, or you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the thing he was saying with the DEIs was that the videos that I seen, I'm gonna go off the videos that I seen, where he was like, okay, the airplane thing, the pilot situation.
Mm-hmm.
If let's just say you got a Chinese person and a black person and a white person who was applying for the job, and the black person and the white person, their credentials are below the Chinese person.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't that Chinese person, instead of just because you got a black person, you got a white person that's filling out that's going for the position, the Chinese person got the best qualification, they should be the one that gets the position. That's the video I seen of him talking. You shouldn't hire somebody just because of their skin color. You should hire them because of their merit.
Yep.
I agree with him on that right there. Because look, I want the safest pilot. I want the person that's the best to do the job, to be flying the plane. As many planes, I can't fly them no more until I get, well, not fly, I can't ride them no more until I get my federal ID. But I would rather have for the person that has the best qualification to operate the plane than somebody that's just got it just based off their skin color, whether they're white, black, Chinese, or whatever. It's the best qualification. That's the videos that I was seeing. Now, you bringing up topics.
Wait. Hold on for a second. We need to be able to utilize the right terminology. So here's the problem with everything you just said, with what you just said. That would be dealing more with affirmative action. And even in dealing with affirmative action, that whole scenario would be an incorrect example of how affirmative action worked. Okay. So DEI, let me just read it straight out. DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion, an organizational framework to set up and set of practices aimed at creating workplace and societies that recognize value and fairly includes people in all backgrounds, identities, and abilities. Diversity refers to a range of differences. Equity focuses on fair treatment and access to opportunity. And inclusion is about creating a culture of belonging and respect for everyone to feel comfortable and empowered to participate fully. So it has nothing to do with hiring of people, but it's more about the fact that we are a diverse country, about having a culture within a country, a culture within a job, a culture within the government that doesn't exclude anyone's diversity, that they have equality in feeling comfortable in that environment and celebrating everybody's diversity. So it has nothing, DEI, when it was like, oh, that's a DEI hire, see, that's where they threw people off. It's not a DEI hire, right? It's about having, getting rid of barriers that when you got people in there, let's get rid of these barriers that prevents people from getting a job. I'm not going to let that dude get promoted because he's gay. I'm not going to let this person do this particular outreach because they trans, right? So that's not DEI, and they've muddied the waters with that. Now, when you go back to what was it called? Not civil rights, but the other thing with the hiring.
Oh,
what is it called? Shit, it just fell. I said it earlier a few minutes ago and just lost what it was. But when it comes to affirmative action, that's not how it worked. It wasn't like, oh, here we are and we got these top 3 people and we got these 3 people and we should hire the best one. The best ones get hired right off the bat. Okay. The Chinese dude that you put in that example, they're getting hired when they first start hiring people. What they're saying, what was happening with affirmative action is that you have a black person who's qualified up to here. You have a white person who's qualified here. That white person would get hired before the black person. So in every case of affirmative action, you had to be the utmost qualified black person, qualified usually more higher than the majority of other people, in order to get that job. They didn't you don't know how to do welding, but I got to hire you as a welder. No, that was not affirmative action. You had to be like a master welder just to get a job as an apprentice. And that's one of the reasons why my grandfather got to the point where he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna start my own company because I'm tired of this bullshit. And my dad was like, I'm gonna start my own company because I'm tired of that bullshit. Because that's how it was. You had to be more qualified, way more qualified. But the racism of America tried to play it out politically as, oh, they hiring unqualified black people. No, it's not how that works. Not at all. General Rawls, when I was in the Marine Corps, was way more qualified than at least 55 of the other 59 white generals when I was in the Marine Corps. But he got promoted last and was the lowest ranking general.
See, honestly, so in my time of being on this earth, okay, I'm 39. We're about to be 39 this year. All right, so in my experiences of my life on this earth, let's just say I'm from a little town in North Carolina called Clinton. Clinton, North Carolina.
Yep.
It's like 30 minutes from Fayetteville.
Really?
Yeah.
You know the Wilsons, white people named the Wilsons?
I've heard of them.
Yeah, I served with him. I served with the one that was biting down my ear. Thought I didn't know that town, but go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't. Like, it's just a little town. But in that little town, everybody kept saying there's a lot of racism going on. Me personally, I've only experienced racism one time. That was trying to get a job, like when I was young. Dude said that you hear my voice, right? You ain't seen my face. You hear my voice. Over the phone, this man said, yeah, come in for the interview. Get there. He sees me. Oh, we need waitresses. Yeah. You know daggone well that I'm a man. At age of 16, I was a young boy. You knew daggone well that I was a man. I get there, you see my skin color. You hit me with that. We need waitresses. If anything, you should have said waitresses and waiters, and
Right.
asked me if I could be a waiter. That's the only time I experienced racism. Well, I'm gonna exclude the fact that a little boy said a joke and almost popped him in the damn lip, but I told him not to say that joke again. But that was in the state of Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
But in that little town, people kept saying, like I said, they experienced racism. Now, me personally, I've never, besides that one time, I never really seen no racism where I was at. Like, there was this little restaurant called Ribeyes of Clinton. Everybody kept saying, a lot of black people kept saying, yo, that restaurant was racist.
Mm-hmm.
They had a black chef there.
You do realize that having a black chef in a servant capacity does not make them non-racist. That's like saying I got a black friend.
Oh, no. But here we go. I remember daggone Trey kicking somebody about time when Obama won the election.
Mm-hmm.
They had a couple of racist people sitting in the bar at the bar. Somebody said something racist. He kicked their asses out straight like that. He said he don't play that shit. Not in his restaurant. So I commend him on that.
That's good. How old you say you're 39, right?
Yeah.
What year were you born? That would make it easier for me.
1986.
1986. So you would have been about 5 years old when I was rolling up into Clinton with Wilson. And two things about every time I would go to Wilson's house. One, there was another town over, I think where he lived, there was a dry county. But
you're probably talking about Archerville.
But where we would go over to the other little county where we can get some alcohol. And he always was like, man, you got to stay in the car and just kind of like sit down in the car. Because it was fucking racist. But then when we would get to his family house, once it got dark, Wilson was like, we can't go nowhere. Because Clinton was sundown. Unless you live there, if you was black and they didn't know you, it was sundown. Your ass need to be gone. Now you would have been 4 or 5 years old at the time frame. But that place has its issues. And not even just there. When you was born in Stone Mountain, Georgia, which is a suburb of Atlanta, that shit was sundown. And that's right there in Atlanta. Like Stone Mountain is like 15 minutes from downtown Atlanta. So it was alive and well. When you're young, you don't really see a lot of it. You don't notice it. It's not until you get older you really start seeing it and really start noticing it.
Yeah, and when I got older, I'm actually like, because I was actually looking for it, because I grew up in a family where, God rest my ancestors, well, the older generation, so they kept telling me, look out for racism. So I was literally looking out for it, like, so I could be prepared for it.
No. And you got to have things like affirmative action and all that. Like the gentleman was asking me, do we have to have government? When I got into IT in 99, when I put my whole name on my resume, Lorenzo Dwayne Reed, I didn't get one nibble, one bite. I started just putting LD Reed on my resume. I started getting nibbles, started getting bites. I show up for interviews. As soon as they see me walk through the door, I can tell by their face that these jokers are not about to hire me, because they didn't think in 99, 2000 that a black man can have the certifications that I had and that we could know IT work. Now, if I was Indian or any other type of Asian or white, easy please, let me squeeze, get the job, right? And as a matter of fact, the first job I actually did get, and this is the bullshit, the first job I actually did get in IT, my friend Troy, who's white, had to get the job first, and then through Troy's recommendation, I was able to get that job. That's how IT was back in 2000. And every other job I got after that, I've never had a job where they call you know how you put your references down?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't never had a reference call until I was working in IT. Every time a reference got called. Because they just couldn't believe that a black person could have, and I had a litany of certifications. Well, still have them, but I have a litany of certifications and a damn degree. But the black person couldn't have that back in the 2000s. So that's why when he says things like the civil rights, because I want to take it back to Charlie Kirk, when he says things like the civil rights bill should have never been signed, that was a mistake. When he would make all his statements about DEI and all that kind of stuff, that's why the man was perpetuating the systematic racism that exists in this country. Because this would be, I want things to be where I can exclude you from a job and based solely on your race. Because remember, the civil rights it made it illegal to exclude people based on race, creed, color, gender, and religion, I think, are the things that I think those are the main ones that you could not discriminate on a person, and also in housing and so on and so forth. So no, that dude racist as hell.
Yeah. Okay. Like I said, like the video, I don't know if it's the algorithm on my devices or whatever. Like I said, I didn't never see like the videos I seen, never seen him say anything racist. Like now was like the dude that you just had up here before you let me in. There was stuff I was agreeing with. Like in my time of like coming to find out stuff. Let's just say like the Tulsa stuff. Matter of fact, Wilmington, North Carolina. The Black
master.
Panther that was like bigger than Wall Street, the Black Wall Street.
Yeah.
Can we agree that at that time the Black Wall Street, before the KKK or the white people came and burnt it down, we were more prosperous then? Like, let's just say I'm gonna go ahead and say we was actually like together. There we go. We was together. Instead of when we was together, like it was separation or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We were financially better, like as a community. We was together.
Okay.
Like we haven't had another Black Wall Street since then.
No, integration kind of messed that up a lot, but we do have thriving. There have been other thriving Black communities and are still thriving Black communities. So it's a couple things, man. It's a couple things. All right, first, so I know a lot about the Wilmington massacre since I lived there for 9 months. And this is the swerve that people like Charlie Kirk put on other Black people to make them agree with him to a certain extent, because he knows that a trigger button for Black people today is that the romanticized memory or the romanticized history of Tulsa, of Wilmington, Redwood, of these different places. This shit is romanticized, okay? And we have this romantic version of it that makes us think that we got to be able to create that again today because we know that they can't burn it down today. Well, some of us know that they can't burn it down today. Some people are running around now thinking that if we build it, they're going to burn it down anyway.
Yeah.
Hold on. But the romanticized So Charlie Kirk knows that he can bring that up and say that, oh, black families were more together, because what he's focusing on is the fact that black household had less. There was more two-parent household back then than there are today. But here's the thing: there was more white two-parent households than there are today as well. Right? He won't bring that part up. He won't show how just historically households with two-parent households have went down across the board for black and white people. Right?
You're right about that.
So he won't bring that part up. He wants to center just on black people. Let me tell you something else that he won't bring up, because we've romanticized this. Okay, there was prosperity within the black community on what is like Greenwood Street or something like that in Tulsa, or if on Front Street down in Wilmington. There was great black prosperity, but still the majority of black people in Wilmington at that time frame was still below the poverty line. They don't tell you about that part, about the whole romanticized version of all the black Wall Streets, is that the majority of the black community was still impoverished. You had a 10% that were not, and they were doing very well. And let me tell you the other part of the romanticized part of it. The reason why you had a black Wall Street, a Front Street on Wilmington, is because they couldn't shop anywhere else. They had no choice but to go to the black business. So in Marietta, that was Lawrence Street. You had Lawrence Street and Cole Street. You had no choice but to shop with those black shops. I couldn't go up on the square, which was only like 2 blocks away, and go to Woolworth. I could only go to Mr. Strick's. Mr. Strick had the barber shop, he had the soda shop, he had the restaurant. You can only go to Mr. Strick's. That's it. Couldn't go to Woolworth, right? Well, my parents could. By the time I got old enough, I could. But they couldn't go to Woolworth. They had to go to Mr. Strick. They had to go to the black lawyer. They had to go to the black bank. They had no choice because they weren't allowed to. So you can't say that we had this great community thing because we just wanted a great community thing. We didn't have a choice but to serve ourselves. Now, so Charlie Kirk utilizes that to make you think that you've lost something. But the only thing you lost was the rule, the Jim Crow is what you lost. You didn't lose this thing where people did it on purpose. Jim Crow forced it. What we should be looking to acquire is the cultural identity to do it on purpose because we want to, not because we don't have a choice. So that's why I don't romanticize none of those places. And the other thing that Charlie Kirk won't do, and this is the last one, and I'll give the mic back to you. The other thing that Charlie Kirk won't do is that he refuses to recognize the history of it all and how everything got to where it is. If you look at the Wilmington Massacre, they killed so many people that the Cape Fear River ran red. It's already got a little red sediment in it as it is, but it ran blood red. That's how many black people they killed. So they killed off so much of the population that now Wilmington only has like 10,000 black people in Wilmington right now. And the overwhelming majority of the people that they first killed were the ones who was affluent, and the ones who were remaining were the ones who didn't and wasn't running business. So those people who still were sharecroppers and things of that nature, those are the ones who were remaining. And those families have never recovered. And they never recovered any of those finances because those weren't the people who was involved in running the newspaper. Well, the newspaper dude, his family still survived. But the other businesses, the bankers, the textile people, none of those people survived. Their families didn't survive. So none of those people were there. So he ignores the history that created today's situation by saying that, oh, we just lost our way, is kind of like how he puts it. And that's the bullshit. That's the racist bullshit of it.
I just thought well, I'm not trying to argue. Were you finished?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just thought about something you said too. Like, something that just came back to me. Charlie Kirk wasn't the only one that's saying that stuff, saying what about the black communities being segregated. There's been a couple of, like, for the past 2 or 3 years, let's just say a rapper, David Banner.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the rappers, one of the people that's advocating, like, black people should come together and do their own community and get back to just a black community, well, getting back to like a black Wall Street and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I'm missing some parts, or taking what he said is wrong. But he was one of the ones. He's one of the ones that was advocating that we should have our own black community, do what black infrastructure,
Okay.
from farming to building, just but that would technically be like the same thing of what Charlie Kirk, well, what he was saying, wouldn't it be?
Hell no. Now, granted, Charlie Kirk is saying that black on black crime is a problem that black people need to fix. And you may be able to try to somehow see that as a similarity. But even when people like David Banner speak about black on black crime, they still recognize that the reason why there's so much black on black crime, one, everybody kills everybody in their own neighborhood, and most people live in the same neighborhood as other people look like them.
Hold on, Coach. I wasn't saying black on black crime, like black on black infrastructure, like building another black community where the finances and stuff will build up the community.
Well,
like
I ain't never heard. Now I may have missed it, but I cannot say that I have ever heard Charlie Kirk talking about black people need to build our own black communities and build our own infrastructures. I ain't never heard Charlie Kirk say that.
All I was saying was he was saying that we should go back to segregation. That would be, in my mind, I would be saying like that would be the same thing as what David Banner was saying.
No, hell no. Okay, so being able to saying let's build our own black community in a situation where we still have the availability and the rights that protect us to allow us to be able to get bank loans, that allow us to be able to buy homes in whatever area we want to build businesses without having to go through a bunch of bullshit. That is completely different from let's get rid of the civil rights bill, which got rid of Jim Crow. See what Charlie Kirk is saying, that we need to have Jim Crow segregation so that black people can have better community, which means that we can Emmett Till you. You look at a white woman and that white woman lie and say that you whistled at her and said something to her, white people can come and kill you for that, because that was Jim Crow. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That Jim Crow said that I can. So you saw the movie Sinners?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm a white man. I can sell you some shit, but then I can come back in after I got your money and I can kill you. And the sheriff is on my side. That's Jim Crow. So the civil rights bill got rid of Jim Crow. So going back to segregation of Jim Crow, no, that is very different from what people like David Banner is saying.
Okay, like I said, I don't know if it was the algorithm. Like certain parts of like that right there don't pop up. Like I'm just seeing where you like earlier you had posted where he was saying that something about gays need to be I'm trying to use my words right because I ain't trying to get the thing shut down or whatever. The gays should go to damned or go to hell or some shit like that. That's what
he didn't say gays should go to hell. Where that one at? No, he said that gay people are destructive and endorses having them put to death. That different.
Yeah. Okay, because when I popped up here, I seen it and it just went away. Okay. Yeah. Like I've never heard him say that. Now, me personally, on my views when it comes to races, I think everybody should be equal. Matter of fact, I don't like using the word race because we're all just humans. It's just one big human race. Like the word race is, I can't stand it.
No, I'm with you. I don't I think racism is stupid. It's not something that we should. We are all of the same. We all the same. There's only one race, and that's the human race. That's it. There's no such thing as black, white races or Spanish races and none of that. Most of the time, some people what they call as a race is just a nationality. So I agree with you on that. But that's not the world we live in.
Yeah.
You should have that mentality. You should think that way. But we do not live in a world where that is how the world functions. The world doesn't function that way, unfortunately. Not yet. Not yet. And I'm going to put the yet because although I do not believe in faith, I do have hope that one day people will raise their consciousness to a universal consciousness that recognizes we all bleed the same, we all hurt the same, love the same, we all piss and shit the same. So that would be nice. We ain't got that yet.
Yeah. Now I know some people might be looking on my page or whatever, see some stuff down there said, like, okay, the George Floyd thing. I put George Floyd. I heard some stuff about George Floyd. I hate that he died like that.
Mm-hmm.
I really do hate that he died like that. But one thing was aggravating me was people was calling him a hero. I don't agree with calling George Floyd a hero. I do think the situation that happened was really fucked up. It was fucked up. I also say people got to also understand he put himself in that situation. People can agree, people can disagree.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree on that part. That man was standing on the street corner with his buddies or whoever he was with, and he got accused of counterfeit money. So that was never proven, not to my memory, that was never proven that he actually used some counterfeit money. And there was no point in trying to prove because the man, the police officer smothered the man. So how did he put himself in that situation?
Okay. So the video I seen with the George Floyd thing, the store clerk said the store clerk called the police and said, "Hey, yo, this man gave me a fake $20 bill. He's still outside."
Uh-huh.
The store clerk pointed, the police officer went there. The officer come up. He said, "Hey, the reports of a fake $20 bill. Step out the car." George Floyd went rambling on, screaming or talking or refusing. Like I said,
I seen, but talking and yelling at a police officer is not a crime.
Yeah, like I said, me personally, police officer come to me, and if I know put it like this, if I know that whether it's a black cop, white cop, Chinese cop, whatever, my skin color, there's a high chance if I act stupid, I'm not going to make it home.
And is that your fault that you was born the color you born, or is that the society issue?
That's the society issue.
So why are you blaming George Floyd?
No, I'm not. Oh, yeah. Well,
you blaming him. You said he put himself in that situation.
Yeah, cause for the simple fact,
he should have known. He should know better.
I'm trying to make it home. I'm gonna make it. Look, make it home.
I get what you're saying, and that is, and I give my son that same wise counsel, and he is living in Washington State right now. I give him that same counsel, but that don't make it right. That's still not his fault. My son should have the right to be able to challenge a cop, to be able to offer to the cop that you are, you a piece of shit. Because it's not illegal for you to tell a cop, to call him a pig, to tell him that you fuck your investigation. I don't have to help you with your investigation. it's not illegal for you to raise your voice to a certain level. Now, you got to be mindful over a certain decibel, and you can get cited for disruption, some kind of disruption in public or something like that. But it's not a crime. You should be able to. But I do recognize that it's wise counsel that you don't, because of the racial situation that we live in. So you say you haven't experienced racism, but you live in the racism because you know it. You know that. So you are experiencing racism every time that anxiety hits your chest and your butt puckers up every time you see a cop. You are experiencing the racism.
Yeah.
So George Floyd hero, I'm with you. No. George Floyd put himself in that situation? Hell no. And he didn't. I don't recall him acting stupid. I don't. I don't recall that at all.
If I could pull up the video, mate, they probably took it off. I mean, because the video I seen was the police officer come to the door, and the officer was talking, and George Floyd, like you said, hold up, did you say that? Well, did you agree with me that I'm trying to use my words right? Did you?
I would bring up the body cam, but shit, it's 30 goddamn minutes.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's see. Let me do something here. Let me. I got some powers, man. I got powers on this shit.
Yeah, I just got me a laptop instead of using my regular ass phone.
You know, I'm gonna have to stop saying stuff because y'all be using that shit against me.
Hey, but you were right. My phone's regular shit.
Oh, wait. Shit. That's not the one I wanted. Hold on. That's not the one I wanted. Because that's a New York. Can y'all see this?
Sorry. Yeah, I can see it.
Why the video lagging? Let's get to it.
Man.
Stay in the car. Let me see your other hand.
I'm sorry.
Let me see your other hand.
Please,
both hands.
Do nothing.
Put your fucking hands up right now. Let me see your other hand.
Right. What I do though? What do we do?
Put your hand up there. Put your fucking hand up there. Jesus Christ. Keep your fucking hands on the wheel. Keep your fucking hands on the wheel.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Who else is in the car?
This is my
Put your foot back in.
I'm so sorry. God dang, man. Man, I got shot the same way as I was before.
Okay, well, when I say let me see your hands, you put your fucking hands up.
I'm so sorry, officer.
You got them?
Man, dang, man.
Put your hands on top of your head.
Man, last time I got shot like that, I was
hands on top of your head. Hands on top of your head. Step out of the vehicle and step away from me, all right? Step out and face away. Step out and face away.
Okay, please don't shoot me. Please, man.
I'm not going to shoot you. Step out and face away.
I'm going to get out of eye, man. Please don't shoot me, man.
I'm not shooting you, man.
Please, man. I just lost my mom, man.
Step out and face away.
So sorry.
Step out and face away.
Please don't shoot me, Mr. Officer. Please. Don't shoot me, man.
Step out and face away.
Can you not shoot me, man?
I'm not shooting you. Step out and face away.
Okay. Please, man. Please. I didn't know, man.
Get out of the car.
I didn't know, Mr. Officer. I didn't know.
Put your fucking hands right now.
Not moving. I'm not doing nothing. Put your hands behind your back then. I'm not going to do nothing. Face in the floor.
Shins go home.
Hey, you come back. Stay in the car. I'm sorry, but I was rocking on my knees, whatever. Oh, man.
Stop resisting, man.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I want to nothing wrong, man. There's something. Please, that's okay, man.
Stand up.
Please, man.
Stand up
I
for me.
want to go back.
Stand up.
I want to go back, man. I ain't gonna do nothing wrong, man.
Come on, walk with me.
This is like,
Walk with me. Walk with me.
My feet, man. God damn, man.
Stand up.
Why you doing me like that?
Stand
man?
up.
God damn,
Come on.
man. I just want to talk to them.
We're trying to get out of the street here so you don't get hit by a car.
That's it, man. I was looking, man. But I ain't doing it wrong. That's all I was saying.
Take a seat. Sit down for me.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Mr.
Yep, sit down.
Thank you, man. God.
Sit all the way down.
Yes,
Flatten your
sir.
feet out.
Yes, sir. I will. Please, man. Please, man.
You got an ID on you?
I got one at home.
All right, what's your name?
George. George Perry Floyd.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So tell me again where there's the he getting out of the car and acting a fool.
That's okay. So it's been a while since I seen the video.
Mm-hmm.
But the part where the lady said, "Hey, stop resisting," I was agreeing with her on that. That's what made me say the stuff. Because if she's witnessing him to his reaction, she's trying to get him to calm down herself. That's what made me make my decision. Now, again, I don't know why. Like my algorithm.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on, man. You do realize that when they are putting handcuffs on you, putting your hands behind your back creates a slight amount of tension. Your shoulder doesn't want to go that way. So there's an involuntary outward push of your shoulders. And that is what these cops call stop resisting. All right. And the man was not resisting. He was in a state of distress because he just lost his mother. He obviously been shot by a cop in the same situation, and he was fearing for his life, which is why he was begging him not to shoot him. The stop resisting is a common thing that they tell cops to say so that they can roughhouse somebody.
Yeah.
But that man was as compliant as he could have been in his state of being. And I don't know what you're talking about this woman. That was a dude cop.
No, the passenger that was with him.
No, that was like a dude too. But
that was a dude.
That might have been a woman. I didn't notice that person saying anything. But where in that video was he resisting? If anything, he was begging the cop, "Don't shoot me. I've been shot in this same situation. Please don't shoot me. I just lost my mama. Please don't shoot me," is what that man kept saying.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It's been a while since I seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when I was looking at it, whenever this happened, like I said, when it got to that part, well, I'm gonna go ahead and say, I've been in handcuffs before. I was out doing some stuff I wasn't supposed to be doing, selling drugs or whatever. When the police officer pulled me over, I knew I already had, they put the handcuffs on me. I did not resist. They had the guns pointed dead at my face.
Mm-hmm. Which they shouldn't be doing it right off the whip without them feeling like their life is in danger. So if I saw something in my face, I'm going to be like, "Hey, man, the fuck, calm down."
Yeah, well, the situation was it was a drug bust. I was literally sleeping in the car, and they were doing the drug bust.
Okay, but we talking about what we just saw here.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So in my mind, in my head, because this happened, my incident happened way before the George Floyd thing. I had the knowledge to, okay, these people got guns pointing at me. All right, I'm not going to resist. I'm not going to I'm gonna keep calm in the situation.
Okay, sir?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Gary, were you previously shot by cops?
Was it shot by cops?
Did you just lose your mom?
No, never. I've never lost my mother. No.
You can't put your situation compared to his state of mind in the same category and try to say that he should have been acting how you would have acted. Because if you were in the same situation where cops roll up on you and they shot you, you survived, you went to jail. Then you're sitting out here, you just lost your mother. You can't say that your state of mind would not have been the same as his in pleading with the cop, please don't shoot me. And you're still saying he resisted, and I don't see any resistance there. For his state of mind, he said, put your hand on the head, he put his hand on the head. Put the hand on the steering wheel, put your hand on the steering wheel, he put it on the steering wheel. He got out the car when they told him to get out the car. Now that little stop resisting, when cops say that, that's just a grain of salt. Because when the 2006 insurrection, all them motherfuckers got pardoned and they killed the cop.
Oh, you said 2006?
Yeah, the insurrection, that when they went up to and tried to stop the counting of the votes, the confirmation of the votes, when they stormed the Capitol building.
That was in 2006.
No, that wasn't 2006. When was that? It was January 6th. Sorry. Yeah, January 6th is why the 6 is in my mind. But that January 6th insurrection, none of them cops shot them people, beat them people down. Instead, the cops got, like 4 cops got killed, I think. And all of them got a pardon. You see what I'm saying? How there's a difference? You have to live in a system where you have to fear for your life in a basic situation with a police officer. George Floyd was definitely had the right to be in fear of his life since he had previously been shot by a cop. And now he's in a state of distress and trauma when his mother just passed away.
I can see that because I go through the same thing with guns, like, because I've been shot before, and now that, like, really, now that I think about my state of mind when I'm around somebody that got a gun, like, I could see that. I can honestly see that.
So this man is sitting here. This is one of the reasons why I say most black men in America and black men and women in America are walking around with PTSD, right? Now I got a little extra Marine Corps layer of it, but everybody's walking around with some PTSD because we constantly we know we walk around in a place where that fear of cops, fear of the justice system is alive and well within you, right? Shit. We were sitting on the porch and a cop just rolled down our street to turn around, and because he was just turning around. And just rolling down the street, sitting on my front porch smoking a cigar, my chest clenched a little bit. I puckered up a little bit because you never know. Even when I had the police come to my house recently, because if you was on the show when the little Muslim guy was making threats about he gonna go to New York and put a vest on and everything, yeah, I called the police. I called some other people too, but I called the police so that there's a report that can be started on this person. Even though the police was coming to my house for my benefit, I still had anxiety when they knocked on my door.
It never really occurred to me, like, because I always sitting here thinking, like, all right, I know what to do with this situation because I've been, like I said, been shot before. Like, my mind, it never really occurred to me, like, hey, that's a little bit of PTSD. Well, I thought I was handling the situation better.
Bruh, you said earlier that other than that one instance, you never experienced racism. You literally are living that experience every goddamn all day. every day. And that's the shit that Charlie Kirk does not understand when he makes his statements when he made a statement about George Floyd, calling him a scumbag. That's not what he understands when he talks about the disproportionate crime rates amongst Black people and in the Black communities and in our prison system. He doesn't understand the fact that when we go to court, we know that if a white dude committed the same crime, that we're going to get a harsher punishment. We literally expect the harsher punishment. So he doesn't consider none of those things when he makes his little statements about, oh, Black people were better off before integration, right? That's what makes him racist, is when you do not consider what drove society to the point that we're at right now. And you try to make it, and you try to like play the blame game. So he'll talk about, 70% of Black households don't have a father in the house, with 70% don't have a Black father in the house. What he fails to mention is that Black fathers participate in the lives of their children almost at a 2 times higher rate than white fathers. So the whole lack of Black fatherhood right now is bullshit. And then,
now that you said that, you brought that.
And then if you consider when I was growing up, and I know as far as what I still see, but as far as when I was growing up, my father lived in Florida. So I didn't have his involvement, but I saw my grandfather every day. I saw my uncle every day. I saw my uncle on my father's side a couple of times a week. I still had Black role models. And when my grandfather passed away, I was 15 years old. Me and the girl the woman that I married, who's my kid's mother, me and her had broke up. But you know what that Black man said? He said, I know your grandfather just passed away. If you'll allow me, I'll be that man for you. So no matter if I was dating his daughter or not, that was my pappy. You understand? Mm-hmm. And if we did get married, he's still my pappy. Then when we got divorced, still my pappy. And I still see that to this day. Women that I have dated who I developed a relationship with their kids, they still call me. I still talk to them. So that whole shit that Charlie Kirk be talking about no Black man and then the Black man, Black father, the loss of the Black father, he's full of shit. He's blaming that. He's utilizing that to try to create a narrative to make it seem like Black people are dangerous and Black people are just violent and Black people do all these, that we running around like wild knuckleheads. And he just lies to perpetuate a white nationalist agenda in order to keep the poor white people and the middle class white people thinking that their true enemy is Black people, so that we stay divided.
Again, like I said, I don't know if it got to be the algorithm, because like I'm finding out more like from your pictures that you had up there earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've never heard this dude say those things on the videos. Like I look at all the videos that pop up on my feed. Okay. I don't know if it's the algorithm.
Okay. Fuck the algorithm, my guy. Go and research it. If you see, I don't know if you saw the video I was talking about. I don't know if I did it on video or live this week, but I know I said something about in one of the videos or the lives about the fact that Google, so Google and all the AIs are only as good as your ability to use them. If you just let the algorithm throw to you whatever it wants, then you're going to get what you get. But when I'm researching stuff, and usually I'm researching, the stuff for this, when I'm researching stuff for this channel, because I have other channels. But when I'm researching stuff for this channel, it's the quality of the question that I may ask that delivers the best answer. Right?
Yeah.
So even when I use ChatGPT, I'll ask it a question, but I'm going to ask it a detailed question. Like, I wouldn't just ask, because today's conversation was going to be about hell, right? I wouldn't just say, does hell exist? It's going to give me, according to Christianity, hell exists in this place that you're going to get thrown into, the lake of fire and all this kind of bullshit. But I'm more than likely to start my questioning out with, how did the Christian version of hell develop over the centuries, especially during the first, second, and third centuries? Then it's going to, when I do that, it most likely is going to give me a whole scenario about how the thought process of the early church fathers in bringing these multiple ideas that created hell together. And then I might ask it, what was the Jewish perspective of hell from the 9th century BCE up into the 2nd century CE? Because now I'm looking for it to give me a detailed timeline of the different thought processes of how the Jewish people understood hell, so that I can then start formulating the thought process on how it changed, where it came from. And then I probably ask it, what other form, if it doesn't tell me right off the bat, what other forms of underworld teachings in the Mediterranean societies are similar to Sheol? That's when I'm going to get a bunch of stuff about the Greek versions of hell. I'm going to probably get the Egyptian version of hell, the Mesopotamian, Sumerian, Canaanite, or the Ugaritic versions of hell, so that then you can formulate a consensus, a thought process on it. So you got to be able to do research by asking quality questions and asking secondary and third questions, right? So right now, you're going to have to dig deep on Charlie Kirk if you want to get information about him, because damn near everything going to pop up is about what happened yesterday. Yeah. So you got to ask, deeper questions. What was Charlie Kirk's philosophy on gays in America in comparison to his Christian rhetoric? And see what kind of answer you get. And you might have to reform the question, because you might get a bunch of bullshit that don't relate to it. So you might have to reform the question to get a better answer.
Yeah. Okay. Like when I search, do Google search, and thank you for the Google search philosopher thing. Yeah, I know how to switch my words up and make it where I find the answer. But when I say like my feed, like it's just say Facebook feed or Instagram feed, like it only, when I say it's only posting videos, I guess that will, what's the word I'm looking for?
Push a narrative. Like right now, everything, most of the stuff about him is trying to push a hero narrative.
Yeah. It always pushed it. It gave the narrative for what I was looking for, or the narrative that I search and would look at on my feeds or whatever. Like I said, I never like the stuff about the gays or the stuff about like that stuff never popped up on my feed. It was just like the positive things that makes me, the things that I think were positive that Charlie Kirk was saying. But now if I would have went and searched Charlie Kirk podcast or whatever and actually seen all his videos, yeah, I would have, that probably would have popped up. But I didn't think, it didn't come in my head to like search that, because on my feed, I'm just looking at the positive stuff that he was saying.
Yeah, well, you got to look at everything. And that's why I put up what Christopher's saying. Because after I use Google, after I use AI, then I will go into, I will look at the source that information is coming from. And then I will read the information from that source and be able to qualify whether or not that's a reliable source or not. Then, because of on the Christian deconstruction stuff, Then I go into Google Scholar or Academic EDU, and I look for the PhD papers that are for and against the subject matter. And then I research who that person is to see where their qualifications are coming from, because their qualifications is usually telling me where their leanings come from. You know, if somebody is writing and they're writing for, you know, a Christian journal, then I understand where their leaning is. So, but if they're writing they're doing a PhD paper and they go to Oxford University and they're just in religious studies, it's not going to have as heavy of a leaning in one direction or the other. Then it's just a personal thing to that person. But most of the time, they're just trying to get their damn PhD.
Yeah.
So if I was researching Charlie Kirk, I'm going to find the source of the comment, go find the video where he's making the comment, see everything that he's talking about in or around that comment to have a good gauge on what he's actually talking about, right? And from what I've researched on him, and I researched him prior to this because I've made some previous videos about things that he said. Not a lot, but I've made probably 5 or 6 videos about him beforehand. And mostly they were when he said some stupid Christian stuff. But I'll listen to the whole interview so that I know where he's coming from on it, so that it's not just a soundbite or just a clip. You know. And that's why I know when he was talking about, oh, we need to go, you know, black people were better off during, you know, segregation. Yeah, his whole concept deals around segregation, not separation. And there's a big difference between segregation and separation. He wants segregation, not separation.
Okay. Now that I understand, I'm gonna have to go dig in deep or whatever. Yeah, segregation and separation. Yeah, that is a big difference, because segregation is way different than separation. Like, we can separate ourselves from that, but still, let's just say communities, all, you want to say black, white, Mexican, Latino, Chinese, whatever, we can separate ourselves from, like, have separate communities, but we still can allow other people to come in and buy, whereas in segregation, nobody else is coming the hell in.
Yeah, you can still work with each other. It's just like if I was back home in Atlanta, if I drove up Buford Highway, I'm gonna go through the Spanish part of it, where it's a Spanish community. I'm gonna drive, and actually it's broken down. There's a Mexican part of it, there's a Brazilian part of it, there's the Korean part, there's the Vietnamese part, and there's the Chinese part, all on one damn long ass road. And each one of those are different, separate communities, but they're integrated into everybody else. So if you want some good Brazilian food, you go to that part. You want to go to a Brazilian bar and do some dancing, you go to that part. You want to go get some acupuncture, take your ass up there to the Korean part, you know? And these are things I've done. That's why I'm naming those particular things. So, but they are welcoming, but they are circulating. They are also circulating their money in their community, you know, and they also circulate their power in their community.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought Kirk was on.
No, Kirk was on segregation.
Okay.
Because if you get rid of the civil rights bill, that is segregation. I'm not allowing you to come into my community if I don't want to. You know, that's the same bullshit that, and this is about Charlie Kirk now, but I'm gonna throw him in there. But that's the same bullshit on that. And I'm only talking about that one bill, that one executive order that Trump signed that said that a company can say that we don't have to hire you or serve you. We don't have to, and if we don't like, because of your race. I don't know if that shit actually went through or how far it went, but I remember it was a big hoopla about it. But that's the shit they doing. That they talking about.
Yeah, I got to read that bill too. I mean, I downloaded it. I was made it to like, hey.
Well, that was an executive order. That wasn't a bill.
Oh, my fault. My word. Use the word.
Well, I just didn't want you researching the wrong thing. If you put build, then you're not going to get it, or you may not get it. It's an executive order.
Okay, so that's not in the big beautiful whatever it is. Are we talking about that right there?
No, that's not that. This was in one of those executive orders that he did like back in February.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I do need to go looking into that because I got the whole big beautiful whatever it's called. And I made it to like page 2, and then I fell asleep on it. I still got to read it. So I got to read the rest of it.
You probably read more than most other politicians who voted for it. Yeah, but
yeah, there's some stuff in there. Like I said, I'm saying it's the same. It's the same way with me reading the Bible. I keep making it till after I will get to the Bible and start reading the Bible, and I can make it till after. What was the topic you was talking about yesterday? The Abraham. Pimping his wife or whatever.
Yeah, Abraham pimping his wife.
Yeah,
well, Abraham and God running the con job.
Yeah, I will make it there, and then I will fall asleep on it. Now I made it to a couple more chapters or whatever, and it's still like, how do people not know this is man? Like, this is just man talking. Like, this is man made.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
But like, there is no. These are people conning people. This is just people conning people.
Well, the same way that people are indoctrinated into a political party before they even understand politics, and most of them never truly understand politics. People are indoctrinated into the Bible. So, like I can say this as a blanket statement. Most Black people are indoctrinated into the Democratic Party and don't even fully understand what the policies are, what they've been voting for, how their votes have affected their lives. Most people are just voting straight Democrat without even knowing the person or any of their policies. You got most white people are indoctrinated into, well, I ain't gonna say most, but there's about half of white people are indoctrinated, well, no, a little more than half, are indoctrinated into Republican. Most Cubans are indoctrinated into Republicans. Here in San Antonio, half of these Spanish people here are indoctrinated into the Republican Party. My wife just told me about how a lady said that she gonna be pissed off because she know her daughter is gonna bring home a dude who's not a Republican, right? And they don't even know. They get fucked over by their party, on both sides. You get fucked over by your party, but you still keep voting for them because you don't know politics and how this bullshit works.
And that's another thing that I hated growing up. Family always kept saying, "Don't get into politics. Don't get into politics."
Mm-hmm.
No, you got to. I don't realize you've got to get into politics to understand. Like, once I started having children, my son, my daughter, like the school systems, that's the biggest thing for me right now. I don't want them to be. I don't want them to get misinformed like most of us have.
So I'm not trying to embarrass you, but I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. But I'm not trying to embarrass you. Who's the superintendent of your children's school district?
I couldn't even tell you. My son goes to a Christian. My son's grandmother got him into a Christian school.
I don't need all that. You don't know the superintendent.
Mm-mm.
So how are you saying that you are into the school system? You are into the politics of that and your children's education. What history textbook are they using?
Ooh. I got to do a whole this.
You don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, like I said, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but what I'm trying to say is we will say stuff like that. Oh, I'm into my kids' education and so on and so forth. But yet we don't know who the superintendent is. So we don't know the hiring practices of our school system. And then if we don't know where the history books are coming from, if we don't know what history books they're using, how are you can't claim that you're into your kids' education other than the education you give them at home. But so if you truly wanted to be a part of that and you're truly in it, then it's way more than just what you teach your kids at home, right? Like I don't know now because my kids are grown, but I knew who the superintendent was for every school that they ever was at, even when they weren't living with me. I needed to see the textbooks so I can see where they're getting their information from. And usually it was McGraw, which was in Texas. And the McGraw books have to be certified by the Daughters of Confederacy. So of course the Confederate information in there is all bullshit, or it's slanted. You can say it's all bullshit, but it's definitely slanted. Are you a member of the PTA?
No.
You got to be a member of the PTA. Otherwise, all you can do is complain and you can't do shit. So I was a member of the PTA. Please tell me you go to the parent-teacher meetings.
No.
God damn it, Dallas.
I mean, I'll be asking. Okay. I'm gonna take accountability of it because I'm heads with with my son's mother, and I'm trying. Look,
she ain't got shit to do with you going to the PTA and you meeting them damn teachers. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. I'm gonna give you the warning. You know I got less patience for dudes than I do for women, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's some bullshit. I was gonna use a different word, but a different phraseology there, but that's some bullshit.
Oh, I'm not in the same state with them.
Oh, you're not in the same state with them?
Yeah.
What state are they in?
They in North Carolina. I'm in Maryland.
All right, you're in Maryland. When it's time for the parent-teacher meeting, and I'm gonna say this the way I want to say it, get in your fucking car and drive your happy ass down there for the parent-teacher meeting. I wouldn't have gave two shits about where my kids were. If it came to the parent-teacher meetings, I'm there. All right. Now my mentality was, and the only reason I stayed in Georgia for as long as I did is because my kids was in school. So I'm gonna be where they at. But dude, I ain't giving no passes on that. I don't give a damn about you and their mother's relationship ain't got nothing to do with you and your kids' relationship. The kids gonna grow up, they gonna see the relationship for what it is. Let them develop that on their own. If she's fucking around and is making it hard for you, they'll find that out, hopefully. But even if they don't, your presence is vital. That you don't if your kids know that every time you had a parent-teacher meeting, you made the effort to drive down from Maryland to North Carolina, that impacts the hell out your kids. And whether they ever tell you or not, it impacts them. Even up into their adulthood. My son won't admit it, but me and my brother riding up to Washington State just to spend a weekend with him, that impacted him greatly. He's a grown-ass man. Right? So imagine the impact on smaller children when you make that kind of effort. When you can call them and say, hey, I spoke to your teacher, leave an email. Because in today's world, you could be emailing back and forth with their teachers, finding out what's going on, seeing what needs to be done. You can video chat with your kids to help them with homework.
Yeah, I do that. Oh, no, don't get me. I do that part right there. Video chat with my son to help him out with his homework.
All right. Yeah. So are you talking to his teachers?
No, I'm not. I've got to get the information. Like, yeah, I'm not even on the where I can pick him up. I done asked him to add me on that list.
Ask who?
I can pick him up.
Who did you ask?
His mother and his grandmother.
Fuck them. You his daddy. I'm gonna go to that school with the right paperwork, find out from the court what paperwork you need to have to make sure that you can put yourself on there. I don't need I don't need nobody's permission to be a father, to do father shit. I'm putting myself on there. Now, I had it easier. So I can't claim that I went through that. I had it easier. I never had any issues with my kid's mom. I was on everything. And even when when they would do, and I don't know if they do it in North Carolina, I'm pretty sure they do it. Even back in the early 2000s, we had the, you had the email list. I was on the emails that the teacher would send out. I was on the email list, so I got every email that she got. I'm pretty sure they still do something like that. That something like that is done, where you're communicating with the teacher. You ain't gotta talk to her. You ain't gotta talk to her mom. To her mom.
Yeah, see, my whole thing was, okay, I need to stop working so much. But yeah, I'm sitting there thinking, whoever, since my son is staying with the grandmother and the mother, they're the ones that got, well, it's not even just that. It's from how I've grown up, how I've seen my mother. Well, I've never seen my father do the same thing that you're talking about. I just always thought that it was
It was a woman's job. It was a woman's job.
Repeat that again?
Yeah, I understand. I grew up the same way. My grandfather never showed up to anything, PTA, nothing. He showed up for sporting events. My uncles never showed up for anything, just sporting events. My father, of course, he lived in Florida. He didn't show up for shit. But the thing is, I decided that I was going to that I was going to be different. I decided that I'm going to be more involved in my kids' life and their education. Right. So that's a decision you have to make. You 39. So honestly, if you heard me talk about this before, once you pass 30, I don't want to hear no bullshit about my mom and my daddy. You grown enough to make your own decisions.
So, here's the other thing. I'm sitting here thinking I got to hire a lawyer, get a lawyer to get all of that access to that stuff. That's what I was also thinking. Because my biggest thing, well, the thing that I had in my head, like, yo, it's going to cost me an arm and a leg, because I was talking to lawyers or whatever to get custody and all that, and I'm kicking out child support, paying bills and stuff. I'm like, I don't got that type of money to. That's just another thing. It's just going.
Yeah, you thinking yourself out of doing what you want to do. First thing to do is call the school. Call the school. Hey, this is who I am. My child. This is who my child is. What do I need? Call the school. What do I need to be on the list to receive information about my child? What do I need to be able to pick up my child? Find out from the people themselves first before you start thinking your way out of a situation. And imagining these other aspects that makes it where you can do what you need to do. Call the root, start at the root of the issue. Talk to them. They'll tell you what you need because they know what paperwork they need, if they need any at all. Hell, they might just need a birth certificate, or in your birth certificate, it might be all that they need. But find out, because I don't know the North Carolina school system, so I can't make a statement as to what it is, right? But you find out from them whatever you need to have that online access to the teachers from the school first, and then go from there. And then whatever they tell you got to do, shit, do it. And you can file paperwork with courts without having to have a lawyer. And then as long as you research what it is that that the law says that you should have the availability of, you can stand up in front of a judge and just quote those statutes or whatever it is and say, hey, according to statute 185.268, as a non-custodial parent, but the birth father of little Timmy, I have the right to have access to this information. And it ain't gonna matter what she say about what, you know, if he ain't no good or that shit don't matter.
Yeah, I'm on that right now because I'm glad you said that on some
Do you
real.
have a court order against you?
No.
So you don't have, there's nothing that says that you can't be around your kids or you got to have supervised vision of your kids. None of that kind of stuff.
No. I mean, I know in the state of North Carolina, I could literally go down there and snatch my son up. But I don't want to put him through that shit right now until I want to do everything I'm going to do everything the legit way.
Mm-hmm.
But if it needs be, yeah, I will go down there and snatch his ass up if things don't, let's just say the lawyer situation happen, don't go through or whatever. Yeah, that's just going to be my last option. I'm trying to not do that right there.
Well, as far as their education, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're full of shit. You're not as involved in their education as you think you are. You need to get involved in that, and get off your whatever's keeping you, get off the whatever mental block you got going on for that one. And I don't know how often you see your kids, but if you ain't getting your kids through the summer and have seen certain holidays and all that kind of stuff, that's your fault. And that shit is easy. Men have give such bullshit about going through the court system. You got to use the court system to your advantage in order to be a better father to your kid. Because I'm not saying you're a bad father, but you can be a better father. You can be a much better father. You got a lot of room of improvement, right? So, yeah, Class Dojo. Thank you, T Yahoo. That's what it's called in North Carolina.
What is that?
Class Dojo. Oh, that's the same one we had in Georgia back in Georgia, I think, Class Dojo. So when you call the school, you can ask them, how do I get on Class Dojo? I'm the father of little Timmy. This is who I am. What information y'all need from me? And when it comes to custody of your child, whether you want to take full custody or partial custody or however you want to do it, hey, during the summer, I want my kid. And then when you get that order, you can go to the child support people like, hey, during the summer, I get my kid for the whole damn time. North Carolina may do it differently than other states. Some states are like, we don't give a fuck, you still paying child support to the house. Other states say that, oh, while you got your kid, you ain't got to pay child support, or they lower it to where it accommodates for the summertime when you got a kid.
Yeah, North Carolina don't give a shit. I know somebody who mother married and
go through the system for yourself. Somebody's brother and cousin mother don't matter. You got to do that system yourself. I did shit in the child support system that other men, I hear them talking, oh, they don't let you do this, boy, or my cousin, brother, friend. Bullshit, motherfucker, because this is what I just did. You know, so that's a bunch of bullshit. You got to go through it yourself. This is a personal experience thing that you got to have for yourself. But I hope that
you want to let somebody else in.
Well, I don't know if anybody wants to come in, but I know I went too far away from the subject matter. Let me see if somebody's over here. Nope, nobody's over there. But yeah, I'm gonna stop talking about this because that's one of my little issues that I have with a lot of men that I get pissed off about, and I'm trying to have a peaceful day.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, actually, Casey want to come in, so let Casey come in.
All right, Coach. Yeah, I'm gonna still be listening in on y'all.
Casey, your device is not connected. Huh? What's that?
Oh, I said I'm gonna let you all talk to everybody. I'm still be listening, but I'm about to jump on this school shit and get this information.
All right, jump on that school shit, man. All right. Casey. Well, your microphone is live, but I don't hear shit. I don't even hear rustling in the background. Casey, you're live with Coach Renz on Deconstructing Christianity, the Christian Hypocrisy, the hypocrisy on Charlie Kirk. Casey, you're live, but you're not talking. You're not saying anything. I need you to. Okay, he dropped. I guess he needs to fix his system. Yeah, look, fatherhood is a very important thing to me. And I understand I got caught up in working a whole lot. That's the only thing I regret about my kids, other than not being in the house with them, is the fact that I worked too damn much.
Can you hear me now?
Gotcha. What up, Casey?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
You're over 21?
I'm 23.
23, all right. Barely made it.
Yeah, I'm shocked though, like by the amount of black people that say they don't see racism. Like, I don't live in the States, and I see racism even like in politics, the news media. So to me, is shocking. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, originally came here to make some comments about Charlie. Um, I don't think is that he's like lost or done any better. To me, I think is deliberate because I don't know if anyone noticed, but like even in his episode with Jubilee, basically a lot of the stuff he was saying, he just lied, blatantly lied about statistics. Like even with when he was making a comparison with the national black population, 13 to 14% versus the percentage in prison, he says 58%. But he don't know well that is not that high, is 37%. And
Mm-hmm.
then half is about 55% of those convictions are overturned where the um the blacks are exonerated, which means you got to cut that 37% in half.
Yep.
So you see how it balanced back when it's proportional? Yeah, and to me, what was racist was when he said that comment he made about a pilot. If he goes on a plane and he see a black pilot, he's going to have questions. To me, that is similar to the rhetoric Trump had early in the year about blaming blacks and basically DEI for plane crashes and stuff. Is all to me. He's a racist. He knows what he's doing. He actually loses a lot of debates too. He just don't post it. So I don't see everybody see him as this good debater, this hero. I would say I not condoning his assassination and stuff.
Right.
I'm not saying I'm glad that he was shot, but to be fair, he was not a nice person.
No, he was not at all. Uh, I agree. Where are you from?
Barbados.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. He was not a good person because just like what's been going on for the last 10, 15 years, there's a very much a decisive group of people who want to keep keep people divided. Period. Not just in America, but keep people divided pretty much all around the world. Because the nationalist movement actually affects people, is affecting people in different countries as well. And when people are saying that they don't see the racism in it, this is because they are indoctrinated into a political group so deeply that they can't see what's going on. And then when you got people claiming they're not seeing the racism, and the racism is towards you, you're either living in an entitled state or a blind state of mind. So I'm in agreement with you on that. Then I find people to be hypocritical on that from a political standpoint and a religious standpoint.
Yeah, but I don't see nothing like actually like with the black population. Like, there's nothing actually wrong with like black people in these states. Like, everything statistically seem normal. Like they would say black on black crime
Mm-hmm.
about, well, it varies in statistics. Some say 88, some say 89, some say 90% of black homicides are perpetrated by blacks. But then when you look at the whites, it varies to 83, 84% of whites are killed by whites. So
Yeah.
See, it's just baseless. But one thing they don't talk about is the school shooting. Nearly every single day in the United States,
Mm.
school shooting. And you know who the majority of the shooters are?
Oh,
Whites.
right. Yeah.
So
Young
why doesn't he talk about, the problems with the white youth? Because they're the future, and if majority of the school shootings happen every day are by whites, you know what I mean? That is a problem.
Yeah,
He
they
knows
don't want
what's
to talk
going on.
about that. Do you know that there was a white school shooting in, I think it was Heather, North Carolina? I mean, Heather, Colorado.
Yep. And there
Where
was another one the day before also.
I didn't know there was one day before. I knew that I saw the one with the three kids who were, I don't know if they died or they were just still injured, but I think it was Heather, North Carolina. I mean, Heather, I don't know why I keep saying North Carolina. Heather, Colorado. It was somewhere in damn Colorado. And yeah, they don't want to talk about that, these school shootings. They want to leave that out of the situation, out of the, not situation, but out of the thought process of uh, what happened, what's going on in this country, because it's easier to make a minority group into the villain to fear instead of fearing your own people. Evergreen High School. Thank you, Heather. Um,
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah, I mean, and you've only had one, I think it was one girl who did a school shooting this year or last year or something in the last 3 years. But it's been these young white men who have shot up schools, shot up churches, and almost every mass shooting has been white people, right? Almost every assassination has been white people. I don't know how old, well, you said you're 23, but like in the black community, we almost lost our shit when we found out that the DC shooter was a black dude and his son or stepson. Right? Because it's so uncommon that we automatically assumed it was a white dude because that's who does that. But they act like that's not an issue and want to put everything on black on black crime, which is stupid because, like you said, crime happens to people who live near other people, and most people live with other people that look like them, right? That'd be like me trying to say that, oh, you know what? We got a real problem because Barbados I don't know what y'all call y'all, Barbadians and Barbadian crimes, is against other Barbadians is terrible. We got to fix it. It's just crime that happens in Barbados, right? You just got to fix crime. And economics is one of the first reasons why there are higher crime rates in certain areas and with certain groups of people. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
That the economic part?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And what I also believe also is you may be born poor. I know like everyone's situation and circumstances might be different. It may not take much for some people to get out of poverty, while some it may take a lot more. But what
Mhm.
the notice the whites were accusing the blacks of doing, they're actually doing, and it's like basically blaming blacks and this thing mainly Hispanics for not progressing. And I blame, it's difficult, but I actually blame the government because majority, basically all of them, they just get elected. They're corporate bought. They do little. They keep on using these culture wars, keeping everyone divided and poor. So it's more than just is it's a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues. It's a lot of issues and mindset also.
No, you're right. So I used to be very much into politics some years, a decade or two ago, but it's just such a nasty bag that I just kind of like stepped away from it. But the lobbying situation that happens in most countries where corporations and interest groups are literally controlling almost every person that walks into office at almost every level. And it is those groups, they're not concerned about the general welfare of the population and the growth of the country and whether or not this group can catch up to the other group or even have a fair opportunity to catch up. to the other group. They're mostly concerned about whatever consumerism or power that they have over people. And most of the time it's about consumerism. You know, you want to keep certain divides in people, and you want to keep certain people, you want to keep people in certain situations because it helps your consumer, it helps the consumerism and you making your money, right? So the average politician cannot care about the general population because they'll lose their money from these lobbyists and these interest groups, especially.
So how would you overcome this thing?
The first thing I would get rid of it is the whole aspect of lobbyists and special interest group being able to give money to any of these politicians.
Yeah, but who has to vote and actually, made that into law? The same politicians who are in the hands or under the control of the corporation. So it's tough.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's easy, but if you take away the pharmaceutical industry's lobbyists, right, and they can't now give those people money for their campaigning and all that sort of thing, and the only place that a campaign person, a political person, can get campaign fundings from is the people themselves. And then you put a cap on what can be given, how much can be given. Nobody can give millions of dollars and all this kind of bullshit. And make everybody a grassroots situation. Now the power shifts to the individual people. Now you got to satisfy the people and not satisfy the company, right? So that will eliminate, oh, I might be the Koch brothers and I got millions of dollars and I may not be able to give the money through my company, but I can give it through my individual bank account. But if my bank account is only capped at, say, $5,000, that's all that I can give, then his power isn't as, he doesn't have as much power over that politician because he can't give him, it's something that the politician can't get from other people. So now the politician has to try to get that 5,000 from all the people, you know, the people that's in their constituency. So we take out the special interest and the lobby, the whole apparatus of lobbyists and special interests. Now politicians have to be beneficial to the people and not to the corporations.
Yeah, I agree. But all of that goes back to basically taking accountability and personal agency, because if you do and you look at stuff objectively, you won't be blaming others, and the politicians who actually got the power to make change, you actually be putting all of that hatred and anger and you'll put all of that on them and pressure them to do basically their job. But I see a similar pattern here in Barbados, probably not as to the extreme like with the MAGA movement, but we are about 93, 94, 95% the population is black. Then you have some Indians, and then a few Asians, probably under 1%. Now, the Indians, they are striving, they're doing well. Their population is actually growing and stuff. And we have some blacks here who get a bit jealous of that the government is favoring them or helping them out or wondering why they're so successful and stuff. But is, as I say, is a mindset. They stick together. They don't rush the kids out of the house when they reach 18, 19, 20. They stick together and help each other out. We don't got that mindset. We don't have that mindset. We not disciplined enough.
No. Well, it's not even about discipline. I used to think the way you're thinking. And just real quick, Vashonda, he's from Barbados, so it might be his accent, which is making it hard for you to understand him. But I'll just clarify that for somebody on TikTok. The thing about it is, and this is something that it took me a while to recognize this. I think I didn't really recognize this until I was about 30, 35 years old. And that's the fact that, and it took me going to other countries to realize this. So one of the big things in Atlanta was the fact that you got the Spanish people coming in, they got their community and they making all this money, and they come in, they just be making this money, right? And they taking over industries. You got the Nigerians coming in, they doing the same thing. It wasn't until I went to Nigeria, went to Mexico, went to some of these other countries that I realized the overwhelming majority of the people living in those countries, they don't have that ambition that I see with the person who came to the Americas. The Caribbean people that I see come to Atlanta, they got a different ambition level than the average person from whatever island that they came from. They're different. They're built different. But then when I'm in places like Nigeria, one of the things I recognize is that, oh wait, these Nigerians are complaining about the people from India who are coming in here and they doing good business and making all this damn money. But when you go to India, the average person in India is not like that person who came to Nigeria or that person who came to the America. So people in country are trying to compare themselves to the people who have saved up however much money they needed to save up to get to this other country, who has a mentality of saving and building, and who also has a mentality of their culture, and they do great in that country. Just like you'll see Americans who leave the United States, they'll go to Ghana and they'll start a whole business and build a whole business, but the average Guyanese person in Ghana is like, these motherfuckers just coming in here and taking over. So I had to realize that the people who are willing to leave their country and go to another country, that's a different breed. Of course, the majority of people are not compared to them. And then they get jealous of it. And then they start saying that, oh, the government likes them better. The government created this program for them and that program for them. Yeah, there are some programs because the government want people to come in here and make money, because the average person is sitting around and don't want to do shit but get a job.
Especially when it comes to agriculture, that's true. We don't like to go in the sun.
Yeah. So, but you're going to find that in every country. Like, I guarantee if you were the type of person who say, you know what, there's a better opportunity for me in Thailand, I'm going to save up my damn money. It might take me 5-10 years, but I'm going to save up enough money. I've done the research. I'm going to go to Thailand, open up me a Caribbean restaurant, because they ain't got that over there. So I'm bringing them something brand new. It's going to be hot because it's something that nobody else has done over there. I'm breaking the mold. You save up the money, you go there, you open up the Caribbean restaurant. The Taiwanese people is like, shit, we ain't never had this before. This shit is great. You open up 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. You're going to have Thai people pissed off at you because you came to their country and you making that money. But you a different breed than the ones who are jealous of you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
So we can't be jealous. We just have to recognize that if you want it, it's there for you to get it. And as a matter of fact, since you was already in country, you already got a better opportunity to get it than the person coming from somewhere else. They just got a different mentality than you got. And that's what you got to get. Because black people in America, I remember they used to complain, oh, these Mexicans, they come to Atlanta, they live 5 family in a house, and that's how they able to do this, build this business and, do things for cheaper and get it done faster. Okay, then why don't you live in 5 families to a house so that you can do the same thing? And then as each one of you transition out of that house to get your own house, you bring another person into that house, another family in, so y'all can keep that rotation. Oh man, I don't do that, man. I ain't living with a whole bunch of people. See, you ain't got that mentality.
Because they look at things short term, they feeling short term rather than long term.
Exactly.
Something I used to like keep myself going and motivated was especially going through school too. I always used to look at now as a past,
Mm-hmm.
and tomorrow I want to be as a future. So I would use an example like, okay, I broke my hand 2 years ago. I can't feel the pain because that's in the past. Right now, what I'm going through right now, what I'm working my tail off to goal to reach, just see it as a past now, endure, because in the end, I'm not gonna feel this pain anymore. So that's why I mentioned like in terms of discipline, because when ideas are before them, and people bring a whole bunch of suggestions that are practical and could work, they always study about, but I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to give up that. That's what it's referring to as discipline. You all got a different mindset. People mainly just look for the government to hand them everything. Like here in Barbados, right? We have free education from primary, secondary, tertiary, bachelor's degree, master degree, and some cases PhD are paid for. The government pays literally for everything. You're a school child up to age 18, free bus fare, free lunch, free everything.
Uh-huh.
But yet, I'm doing bachelor's is people who basically just wasting the government money, wasting time. They're not showing up, not they're missing exams, they're just wasting government money, and then later now, when stuff start to get hard, then they're complaining.
Mm-hmm.
I mean is like people will say, well, the government should do this, the government should do that, but here is you could use Barbados here as a case study. The government has done a lot, the government is doing a lot, and you still have the same outputs. You have people who have to work two jobs and pay tuition, and they succeed because they could feel the hardship, the burden. I
Mm.
say a lot of us have life too easy. We have a little discomfort here and there, and we complain.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you. Are you taking advantage of those programs?
Yeah, I here finishing off my bachelor's.
Because because you know if you said no, you about to get cussed out. Tell you right now, you about to get cussed out if you said no. Uh, so it'd been better to tell me to lie to me and say that you are. But I trust you that you're saying that you are involved in program. But you're absolutely right. There are so many programs in America that Black people can be taken advantage of, but for the most part, they don't take advantage of it. And the average person is not. The average person, look, the average person is a sheep. They just want somebody to lead them to the green grass without them having to do any work, without them having to really put forth a whole bunch of effort. They just want to be led to the green grass. And people like Charlie Clerk knows that. People who are the other politicians, they know that. And they utilize that. They utilize that laziness and then they scapegoat somebody else to say that, oh, the reason why you don't have is because of the transgender people. The reason why you don't have is because of the Mexicans. The reason why you don't have is because of the atheists. They want to give people a scapegoat to try to make it seem like their sheepish mentality is okay. And let me be the shepherd to lead you. And if I get rid of your scapegoat, which they know they cannot, then I can keep you giving me money and having thousands of people show up at my event, sell my hats, sell my shirts, sell my books, and do all this stuff, and then go home and look at you like and be saying at home in private, "You dumb motherfuckers."
In his case, though, it was ironic, um, because like he spent years talking about Second Amendment, gun rights, and all of that. Like personally, I don't think I believe people should got guns, but I believe there are certain types of guns civilians should not have, and they need to have like rigorous background checks of persons purchasing guns and stuff.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
didn't
I'm
he say something like someone will have people have to die or something for the Second Amendment to? I forgot what he said, but you remember what he was saying about that?
yeah. I thought I had that one. Oh, I don't have that one on here. But yeah, he basically said that he's accepting of a few deaths in order to maintain the Second Amendment. Is it on here?
Oh, he live
The
up. He
Second
live up
Amendment
to it.
is worth the cost of some gun deaths.
He live up to it.
Yeah, and you know that statement. It's not aging well. For his sake, it's not aging well. But what I would, so this is me on the Second Amendment. I support the Second Amendment that you should have the right to bear arms, especially if you don't have any arms and you're accosted by somebody who has gained illegal arms. You need to be able to defend yourself. As far as now in this situation, and let me be clear once again, I don't think anybody should be murdered for their beliefs and their thought process. You should not, as long as you're not physically harming someone, then yeah, you shouldn't be murdered for it. And if your words are causing other people to go out and do stupid shit, you should be held accountable for that, but not with your life, right? So I'm not happy about the man being assassinated. So let's be clear about that. But when you are divisive like this, you run the risk of nut jobs doing what
right.
Or if it's not a nut job, it's just it was a planned thing. But I will defend the Second Amendment, even though in context is about against other people, not about what the Second Amendment is talking about as far as being able to defend ourselves against the government or trying to overthrow the government. Because I can tell you right now, I don't give a damn how many civilians got guns. The Marine Corps can crush damn near all the civilians in America if we ain't got enough people, but if it's supplied right with enough supplies, you can take over with just the Marine Corps. If you got the Army and the Marine Corps, you can take over the United States. No amount of guns that civilians have is going to stop that. So the Second Amendment was written to be able to make sure the government doesn't become a tyranny. But I still support it in the fact that you got
that is a danger because people like January 6ers, they could interpret that as, you know what, we got to keep the government in line. So they could use that as a justification to storm the Capitol as they did.
Well, you do need protections. You do need a way to overthrow a government. You do need to, or at least change a government. I don't think we'll ever go back to, well, we in our lifetime will probably never go back to a monarchy. So the need of overthrowing the government, of complete overthrowing the government, is not a reality. But the changing the government, that's a reality. Guns are not going to be the thing to change the government, right? Guns are for, I'm driving down the street, I cut somebody off accidentally, or even on purpose. That person decides they want to pull out a gun. Well, I'm gonna need something to defend myself. Or I'm just sitting in my house and somebody drives down the street and think they want to shoot up my house. Or somebody looks at me and thinks that, oh, that's a black man, I want to kill that black man. And I need to be able to defend myself. Guns are for that reason, for me. You're not going to overthrow the government through gunfight.
Yeah, agree. All right, cool. So I'm going to wrap up. Lastly, what was said with basically Charlie and basically all the conservatives that engage in this race baiting and stuff in this culture wars is what they don't realize is that they're basically creating angry monsters that they can't control. Like even Trump, the 2 assassinations attempt, we thought there were probably some leftists or some liberal. It turns out to be conservatives, far righters. And I would not be surprised if it was a conservative that killed him. And what they need to realize is that when you feed hate into people like that all the time and promote guns, you're gonna have a case like Patrick where he just purchased a gun. He goes around and just start shooting people of color. You're gonna have more. You're gonna have more of these. They gotta start with the hateful rhetoric. It's gonna backfire, especially Brandon Tatum.
Yeah, I would agree that I think it's going to. I mean, I heard what you said. you're going to have, you're always going to have these people who have the access to guns that are going to use it and in that vile way. And that's what I was saying by like, hey, this, that's one of the reasons why I do support the Second Amendment, because you got people out here who think that, oh, I want to go and shoot a black person, or I want to kill my boss, or some bullshit like that. So I'm going to say that the Second Amendment is good for that. The rhetoric of the Second Amendment is for making sure that we can stop a tyrannical government. That's just not plausible anymore. And the people at January 6th, although they may say that and think that that's what they were doing, it's not. It's not. They were just mobilized by, old boy, to try to come and disrupt the normal process of changing the government. Now, I know he said that was his last thing, and that's cool. Appreciate you coming on. I'm gonna go ahead and kick you so I can have this thing up and still be able to have the link up for other people. This just in. So this has been released before. I'm gonna get to your question, Isaac, in just a second, because I do think that's an interesting question. Currently, the FBI just released this image as a person of interest for his murder. Now, some people were pissed off at me because yesterday I talked about the suspect being an older man. And I said it was a suspect, just like this is a person of interest. I am not saying this is the person of interest. And the title of the video had white on white crime. One of the reasons why I was confident to say white on white crime is, one, historically, black people don't assassinate people in this manner. Yeah, and it was right when he was talking about gun violence, gang violence. He was getting ready. He was asked a rhetorical question about gang violence. Am I counting gang violence? Gang violence don't happen with a one shot, one kill situation. So it's bullshit. And it happened in Utah. Let's be real. There are some black people in Utah, very few, but there was no way in hell that a black person was going to climb up to the roof of that building and not be noticed. Not saying that they could not have climbed up to the roof, but not be noticed, and that they're going to the rooftop where no one else is up on the rooftop. No. If you are trying to snipe somebody like this, you have to be as inconspicuous as possible. And a black man in Utah is not inconspicuous. Your ass is easy to identify, easily recognized. People gonna look at you. You climbing steps to the roof. People gonna notice that shit. So yeah, I was 99. I have been and will be 99% confident that this was a person who was Caucasian. And so on the video, the biggest thing that I was stating is that when I was talking about that part of it, is the fact that the Fox News dude was trying his damnedest not to he was describing everything else, the color of the shirt, the color of the hair, but he refused to say he was white. And just like every time, if there's a black assailant, a black man with dreads in his hair, wearing a white shirt, driving his car, they quick to throw out the racial makeup when it's somebody else. And that part I found is part of the systematic racism that we have to deal with. And so people got mad at me and was saying that I'm creating racism for that statement. That's just a fact. That's just true. We can just see that over and over again. But this is the current suspect, a person of interest that was put out by the FBI. Now, this morning, I saw a video of the Utah Police Department who were saying that, oh, we got a picture. We see who the person is. We've identified somebody, but they didn't want to release it to the general public. What? In today's world, with everybody with cameras everywhere, you got a person of interest. You don't want the general population who got cameras and can timestamp and share their geolocation to the police department, to the FBI, to the ATF. You don't want them to be able to help. It's kind of strange. It didn't make sense. Yeah, and I'm with Debbie. That dude white. That dude white. He ain't nothing else but white. You know, they might want to, oh, he Lebanese or something. And actually, you know, like I said in the beginning earlier, he looked young enough that he could have been in the Marine Corps not too long ago, or still in, because, you know, well, now we cut our hair now, but he could have recently been in. And any Marine who's been through boot camp can make that shot, right? So you don't have to. So I say that because people, you know, inside job could have been an inside job, don't know, but it doesn't take being an inside job. I want you to think about this. You had the don't ask, don't tell policy. You had Obama allowing for, because I know somebody said that the rifle had some gay, lesbian ideologies, or that it had something to do with that. And he, at the moment, he had just said something about transgenders and everything. So if you got people who have served 10, 15 years in the service, and then all of a sudden they getting kicked out of the service, that could put a person in a state of, I have worked this thing for 10, 15 years. I'm close to my retirement, where I can get my retirement from the military, have all that time that I can buy back in government services, setting myself up. I got a plan. And here comes a president that changes your plans, mess that up. One president lets you in, another president makes it even easier for you. Now this president has just screwed up your 15, 17-year career. That state of mind could cause a person to go do something like this. And if you've been trained in the Marine Corps, you can make that shot. That was my whole thing about that, right? So inside job, possibly, not an inside job, possibly as well. But this is a person of interest. I want everybody to see that this is a person of interest. I don't know if we have any people in Utah or somewhere who watches this show, but that's a person of interest. And we all should be aware of that. Where my man is? Isaac made a comment on Facebook, basically saying, do I think that the supporting the Second Amendment goes against Christian beliefs because and the ability to overthrow a tyrannical government? Because according to the Bible, you are born under whatever government you're born under is the government that God selected for you, and you're supposed to pray for and support and obey that government, right? You ain't gonna ever hear that taught in church unless you're in a church that is supportive of the political regime that is currently in office. But 99% of the time, you're not gonna hear that in church. So yeah, I think it does go against the Bible when people are in support of the actual Second Amendment, which is there to help you, there to keep the government from becoming tyrannical so that you can overthrow that government. I mean, technically, the Revolutionary War is against, it was the American Revolutionary War was against Christianity. The French Revolution was against Christianity. The South succeeding from the North was against Christianity. Texas secession is against Christianity. The Texans want to be their own country. And they act like they're in their own country too. But yeah, that would be against the Bible. Plain and simple, that's against the Bible. You're not supposed to, you're supposed to just live under the government you was given because that's the one that God gave you. Right? And where is that? And I know some people are like, did Jesus say that? I think that's something that Paul said. I don't think the Jesus character said that. I think that's something Paul said. Let me see what I said. Where's that at? Romans 13 is where that's supposed to be. Let me go find it. Because I know somebody gonna say, where's that at? All right, Romans 13. Let every person be subject to the government authorities, for there is no authority except from God. And those authorities have those authorities that exist have been instituted by God. So God is the ultimate authority, and every government authority is in existence and instituted by God. Therefore, whoever resists authority resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment. For rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. Do you wish to have no fear for the authority? Then do what is good for you and receive its approval. For it is God's agent for you, for your good. But if you do what is wrong, you should be afraid for the authority. The authority does not bear the sword in vain. That's a lot. It is the agent of God to execute wrath on the wrongdoer. Therefore, one must be subject not only because of the wrath, but also because of consequence. For the same reason that you pay taxes, for the authorities are God's agents, busy with this very thing. Pay to all what is due to them, taxes to whom taxes are due, revenue to whom revenues are due, respect for whom respect is due, honor to whom honor is due. So, according to Romans 13, 1 through 7, the government is an agent of God, and you are supposed to adhere to the authority of that agency. Otherwise, you are out of order with God. So January 6th was out of order to Christianity that is supported by people like Charlie Kirk. The Second Amendment in its true form, which is to have the ability to fight against and overthrow the government, is in opposition to Christianity. And if he was, I wish you would have brought that up, Isaac, when I was talking to the dude earlier, because if he was preaching good Christian message, he should never, ever be in support of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment should not be something that he supports. So, because the government is the authority of God. But and anything that would overthrow that government goes against it. So that part of the Constitution is against God, against the teachings of Christianity. So for those nationalists who really love the Constitution and claim that this is a Christian nation, well, that part is not very Christian-like at all. Not even slightly. But what do you guys think? Do you think that Romans 13 is in direct conflict with the teachings of Charlie Kirk and many other Christian nationalists? If you think it's against it, put a 1 in the comment. If you think it supports it, put a 2. That little cheesy ass thing that people do. Put a 1 in the comment. Put a 2. That's so that the algorithm will go out there. That's the reason why people do that. See, the difference in me, I'm gonna tell you why I did it. That's so that the algorithm will go out there and share it with more people. That's why they want you to do that, so we get more comments, because comments cause the algorithm to move. So y'all need to keep, so basically, comment, damn it. Oh man, I ain't even gonna try to lie to y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all why. But and on the same level, I want you to think about this. According to that, then no Democrat should be complaining and wanting to get rid of Trump, and that shouldn't be part of it. They should be like saying, no, God appointed Trump. That's what Democrats should be saying. So they should be saying that. That's what they should be saying. He said when the Second Amendment was created, slaves outnumbered whites significantly. Yeah, but slaves weren't allowed to have guns. That is the difference. They were not allowed to have guns. Hey, Texas got us. Oh, thank you for her coming on there reminding me of something. Let me remind y'all that we are having our meetup, Freethinkers meetup here in San Antonio, Texas on October 31st through November 2nd. That is October 31st through November 2nd. We will be meeting, and in the description of the video on YouTube, you will be able to find the link to the hotel, the Jewelry Plaza. My wife and I went by there yesterday. At the Jewelry Plaza, you'll receive a complimentary breakfast and a complimentary supper with your room stay. Right now, all you have to do is reserve the room, and all rooms must be reserved by September 29th in order to receive the discount that has been offered to the Freethinkers group. So go and get your reservation today. As far as an agenda of things that will be occurring while we're there, the agenda is as follows. Let me see if I can show it up on this one. I don't know if I got it on this one before I get into that one. Did I send it? I didn't send it. Sorry, TikTok. I don't have the agenda on here for y'all. So you just have to listen. As far as the agenda is concerned, on Friday, October 31st, we will have a meet and greet at Devil's River's Distillery at 8 p.m. That is Devil's River Distillery at 8 p.m. They do have food that you can purchase, but we will be sitting on the patio where we can converse and meet and greet with one another so that I can also have my cigars. And you who don't like cigars can be downwind. Across the street from them is Voodoo Donuts. So it's a great companion. Voodoo Donuts in Devil's River. Saturday, November 1st, we will be meeting Monday morning for a biz talk and business and money talk at Poolside at the Jewelry Plaza at 10 a.m. That way you're able to get your breakfast in the morning and then meet at Poolside to have a conversation about building business and making money. As deconstructionists, we need to not be broke. Because there is no reason, because we're not paying tithes. There will be a deconstruction question and answer, Q&A, at the Japanese Tea Gardens at 2 p.m. It is an easy Uber ride for those who are not driving in. It's about $15, and you can share the ride so that it is not as costly to yourselves. That is the only thing that will require any money to get anywhere. The Japanese Tea Garden is a free establishment. They do have a restaurant where you can purchase food and drinks if you so choose. But it's being held at 2 p.m. so that you have a time to eat before you go there if you just so desire so. At 8 p.m., we will then be meeting at the Poolside at the Jewelry Plaza Hotel, where we will have a developing the community of deconstructionists conversation of how we can grow and link up together and build one another so that our community grows stronger and have more entanglements. Sunday, before everyone leaves, prior to breakfast, we will have a sound bowl meditation poolside at 7 a.m. You do not have to participate in any of these things if you feel uncomfortable, but this is something that my wife thought you guys would enjoy as I get up there with my sound bowls. And if others have the ability to use a sound bowl, I will bring all 7 of them so that you can participate as well. Have a sound bath. After that, for those who still remain, you go and do whatever it is you desire to do. And Texas Goddess, I cannot believe you put my middle name on there, even though, oh no, you talked to the other Dwayne. Sorry. I just remembered, I just recognized there's another Dwayne in here. Thought you put my middle name up there. We're about to fight. But yeah, so that's the agenda. I look forward to everyone participating, and go and reserve your room today at the Jewelry Plaza for the Freethinkers group. We need 2.5 more people to reserve rooms in order to lock everything in. All right, that's enough of that bullshit. So do we have any more questions, any more thoughts, any more anything, because I'm not going to sit up here and talk to myself. Because it's lunchtime already, but I'm willing to give y'all about 10 more minutes if there's a good question or statement. But I will start to go into the summary of this whole situation. And that summary is the fact that this gentleman, the Christians and their conversation concerning this has shown a huge level of hypocrisy in their belief in his belief of white nationalism and racism, and trying to claim Christian values. I am the branch.
What's going on? You must be a cowboy.
No, I'm just me, man. I'm just me. I just like cowboy hats. I like a lot of hats. My fedoras are too hot to wear in Texas.
You say fedoras?
Yeah, I got some of them too, but I gotta wait for it to get a little cooler. So are you over 21?
We spoke before.
We did?
Yeah, I said we Israelites. Remember about a week ago?
Oh, yeah, you're that guy. Okay, gotcha. So you're of age. All right. So what are your thoughts on the subject matter?
Well, again, I mean, you're supposed to expect Christians to be hypocrites. I mean, I'm not necessarily speaking on them being hypocrites in reference to Mr. Kirk, but that religion is hypocritical. It's heathenistic. So it's gonna be hypocrisy all through the core of it, the origin, the foundation of it is hypocrisy. It's deception. So what you expect? You know what I'm saying? You know, like water's wet, right? Or whatever as they say, right? So what you expect?
Oh no, I mean, I was not shocked about I was not shocked about his assassination. I wasn't shocked about that at all. I don't know. I wouldn't put that as far as the hypocritical part, in the fact that he was very divisive in his speech and the things that he talked about. And usually people who are divisive to that degree, they create enemies. I do not think that anyone deserves to be murdered, though, for their thoughts. For their beliefs, I don't agree with that at all.
Well, you're gonna have enemies. Everybody's gonna have enemies. Especially, specifically, if you upright and you righteous and you following the ways of the Most High. You're gonna have adversaries, man. Like for example, if you say you were a man you're a straight man, heterosexual, whatever they call that stuff, and so your political views is hey, we're not for that. We're not trying to endorse it. We're not trying to legalize it. Same-sex marriage, right? For example. Mm-hmm. Well, you're gonna have enemies if you go that route. If you teach like that and think like that, especially in this day and time.
Yeah, that's going to create some enemies for you.
Yes.
I still don't think those enemies have the right to be able to assassinate you, though. Because you have your opinion, they have their opinion, so everybody has a right to their own opinion.
Well, it depends. Like you say, assassinate. Okay, well, you talking about like
you purposely kill somebody, that's assassinating somebody. You decide that this person needs to die and you go and you kill them, that's an assassination.
Is that illegal in this country?
That's illegal, yes, in almost every country that's illegal. I don't know of a country where it is legal, but as far as I know, that's illegal in every country. It's called murder.
Okay. Well, they murdered Israelites when they brought them here on slave ships.
Okay, so first, I won't agree that they were Israelites, but yes,
that's fine. That's fine. That's not an issue. As long as we agree that they brought somebody over here on slave ships.
Yeah, yes, I agree that they brought people on slave ships.
And they murdered them, and they murdered a lot of them.
Okay, and that's wrong. I don't understand.
Okay, cool. I just want to see where you stand on that. Okay, so yeah. So if murder is wrong here in America, then yeah, that's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
If that's the standard.
In what case would it not be the standard?
Well, like I said, I don't know. Well, again, that's not the standard because this is a Christian nation, which is a hypocritical nation. And so if murder is wrong,
This is not
then,
this is not a Christian nation.
Yes, this is. Ask any of the founding fathers, were they Christians or did they believe in Judaism or Christianity? And they're going to.
Them being Christian didn't make it a Christian nation. If anything, the majority of the founding fathers fought to make sure that America didn't become a Christian nation, which is why there's not a theocracy that's set up or a state church that's set up. It was those who actually were against the Constitution that wanted it to be a Christian nation.
Okay, well, that's the way, if you want to interpret history like that, but I've heard many leaders, European leaders, who calls this a Christian nation, especially the well-known European pastors. They says this is a Christian nation. It was founded on Christian principles, Christian Judaic principles. So I don't see how you saying this is not a Christian nation. But if you want to go down that narrative, that path, that's cool. That's cool. I can work with you still. I can still work with you.
Hold on, but see, the thing about it is that those are baseless claims that I can then reform into even deeper claims. Okay, so here's the thing. First, just because a pastor says that or somebody who thinks they're important said that doesn't make it true. What makes things true is what evidence that we do have. The Federalist Papers only mention God once in its support of the Constitution. The essays that was written against the Constitution mention God like 30, 40 times. People like Hamilton and Washington and Jefferson and Madison specifically spoke against a theocracy being established in the Americas.
We're not talking about theocracy. We're not talking about theocracy.
Hold on. Okay. Now, to be able to say that, America is based on Judeo-Christian laws and rules is the same way I can say, well, those Judaic Christian laws and rules actually are based on Kemetic and Babylonian laws, if we want to go back any further.
Brother, come on. Who came over here? Who came over here?
You don't understand what I'm saying. If we want to go to the root, now it becomes Judeo-Christian, but it was originally Babylonian and Kemetic rules that the Judeo-Christian based their rules on. So I can then therefore say that this country is based on the laws of Hammurabi. So we're a Babylonian. This is based on Babylonian ethics and rules.
Okay, I got you. I see what you're saying, but I wasn't taking Christianity back that far. But yeah, if you want to take Christianity back all the way back, as you're gonna be dealing with Nimrod and the Babylonians and the Mesopotamians and stuff like that. I got you. They concepts. Yeah, I see that. I see what you're saying. But
I would say that this country is based on the common laws of the era in which this country was established.
This country was established by Christian men. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. They were Christian men.
Okay.
And they were separating themselves from not necessarily separating themselves, but becoming a distinction between the East rulership of Europeans and the Western rulership of Europeans, or so-called Esau, Edomites, right? So we cannot deny that.
This country was established for economic reasons.
Right, I'm saying, but these are Roman. These are descendants of Romans and Greeks.
So,
and those are Christians. You see what I'm saying?
We're not going to agree on that one. This is not a Christian nation.
I'm saying, so you don't believe it? So the people that come over here, the people that came over here to rule and set up shop, the Spaniards and higher and the other.
I agree that they were practicing Christians, but is not. Okay. This is not a Christian nation.
Okay, cool. Okay, well maybe you don't like the way I was.
We don't have to abide a nation like so. Saudi Arabia is an Arab nation because the laws and the rules are based on, and you have to participate in the Quran. You don't have to be a Christian to be in this country, to be a citizen.
Okay. So excuse me. So maybe that was what you're not liking what I said. Okay, so okay, I see what you're saying. You don't like the fact that I said it is a Christian nation. If the people that running the nation is Christians, I mean, to me, that's a Christian nation. But okay, maybe I shouldn't word it like that. That's cool. I'll figure out a better way to word that.
And they weren't even all the same type of Christian.
I know, but they still Christian. You can be if you're a Presbyterian or a Lutheran, you're still a Christian, or a Catholic, you're still a Christian.
Not if you talk to them.
Huh?
Not if you talk to them. A Lutheran or a Presbyterian will say that a Catholic is not Christian. They'll say that the Amish is not Christian. They'll say that the Puritans were not Christian. The Puritans will say that the rest of them weren't Christian.
Okay, but that's like trying to say, okay, that's like trying to say, okay, you got 5 brothers and 5 sisters and they all got the same mother and father, but you'll say, oh, we're not of the same race. I'm a Muslim. Or no, they'll say, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm a Hebrew, I'm a Judaism. See what I'm saying? So,
but the laws, the customs and traditions in this country are based on a whole bunch of different things. And we're not forced to be Christians. So you don't have to be a Christian.
That's not true, brother. The history proves. Hold on, brother. Let me just
be a Christian. Do you have to be a Christian to be in this country? Do they force Christianity on you?
Brother, if you look at the history, they forced Christianity on our people.
No, I know that. I'm asking
so
now, do you have to be a Christian to be in this country?
Okay, well, the system is set up for you to be a Christian. They run this place. The system is already.
You have to be a Christian.
No, you do not.
That's the end of that. You don't have to be.
No, you don't have to be. Okay, but hold on. But hold on. Let me just say this. I didn't say you have to be a Christian. This is a Christian nation. Yes, you can choose. You still got your own mind. You can choose. But most people who was born here, especially about 50 years ago or 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, they're Christians. Most of them are Christians.
Okay.
Why? Because the massive influence of this nation is to influence you to convert to Christianity or to be a Christian from birth. Okay. I mean, through your parents. Am I not right?
I agree with you on that. I'm just not going to agree that this is
a Christian. I got you. Okay, I may not should say that. I understand what you're saying. You made a valid point to me. I mean, I said that because the leadership is Christian and they made this system through their culture, their religions. I mean, their holidays. I mean, they holidays. It's all based and rooted in Catholicism and Christianity. So that's why I said that.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be disagreement with you. I kind of have a feeling that at one time you was a Christian.
No, I was, isn't it? Yeah. You don't have to have.
You never been a Christian?
I was. I said I was.
Okay, yeah, I kind of had that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And was you ever an Israelite?
Never.
Okay, so you never claimed to be an Israelite?
No.
Okay, cool. So what's the main subject of your thing is uprooting Christianity?
Well, not so much uprooting Christianity, but helping people to deconstruct from Christianity. And usually I'm not looking to take someone who is Christian, they believe in their Christianity and they are a good person. Stay where you at. I care less. But if you start to question it, come my way. Okay, so you do realize again, like you just said, Christianity ultimately have its roots in Amun-Ra and Kemet, and then go further back. You can go to Mesopotamia. It's all dealing with sun worship and other type of gods as well. So yeah, it has some roots in Egyptian stuff, but not the god Amun-Ra. No, it has more of its roots are with the Canaanite pantheon than with the Kemetic pantheon.
Okay. They're very heavily related then. If you
Well,
want to say there's a difference.
well, see, Amun Ra was a supreme deity who was symbolized by the sun. The Yahweh was a Canaanite storm deity who then they merged with El. El was the supreme god of the Canaanite and the Sumerian, which is basically Enlil, because Enlil was the administrator or king of the earth, who is the son of Anu, who is the fresh waters or the fresh waters, and Namu, who is the salt waters. So, and Anu and Namu created earth in that one story. Now, the Babylonian story is a little bit different with the creation of earth because it's Marduk and Tiamat, but the Canaanites worship El, and Yahweh was a secondary god. And so when they call their God Yahweh, they're because they used to be Canaanites.
Okay, I don't you say so. Who was Yahweh again? You say
Yahweh was a Canaanite storm and war deity, and then that god became the god of the Israelites when they separated from the Canaanites.
okay? No, that's not that's not accurate history. But anyway, I see what you're saying. You're reading Judaism or something. That's not how the
No, I'm reading archaeology.
that's not how the
This is an archaeological fact.
that's who.
That's an archaeological fact.
No, that's not even archaeological. That's not even correct according to archaeology.
What is your reference that is not correct archaeology?
We Israelites only worshipped Canaanite deities when we will forsake or abandon the God of Israel. That's the only time we would do something like that. Other than that, but
What is
our
it?
origin was not worshiping Canaanite deities. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did not dabble into that at all. Not none.
What is your archaeological proof that the Canaanite god Yahweh wasn't the storm deity and war deity for the Canaanite people prior to the 1200s and 1300s BCE?
Oh no,
Because
I'm not disagreeing with that part of the history that you mentioned. That part, no, that part might be 100% correct. I'm saying we Israelites are not Canaanites, and we didn't worship the Canaanite deities when we was under the authority of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and Moses.
so how are you going to prove? What is your proof that Yahweh wasn't a Canaanite deity?
Okay, well, Yahweh might be a Canaanite deity because God, the Most High's name is not Yahweh, so that might be a Canaanite deity. But I do know some Israelites who call the Creator Yahweh. So it must be two different Yahwehs then, because Yahweh is supposed to be according to this particular that's the Most High God, that's the God of Israel. But they just pronounce it Yahweh, but all of us don't pronounce it the same way. So
How do you pronounce your God name?
I'm gonna tell you what what I see the majority of them pronounce. I'm not gonna tell you how I pronounce it, but they say Yah or Yahweh.
Okay. So what is the Tetragrammaton?
Some people say the Tetragrammaton is YHWH.
Right. And it's YHWH because they didn't have vowels in their language back then. In ancient Hebrew, there's no vowels, right?
I don't necessarily agree to that.
That's not about agreement. That's in their writings that there were no vowels. The Israelite Semitic language and the Canaanite Semitic language did not have vowels in it. This is why the Yahweh doesn't have vowels. It is later on that vowels are added that gets you Yahweh. But on every piece of archaeological find that has the name of Yahweh, whether it's the Shashu stone, the Shashu information, or the Mesha stone, or any of the other stelas, it says it has the Tetragrammaton, no vowels. So
okay, so let me ask you this. No problem. I'm not challenging. I'm just want to get clarification. So are you saying that? So if there's no vowels in our original language, right? The Israelite language, right? How do you pronounce how do you pronounce the Most High's name?
Yod He Vahe.
That's a vowel sound, yo. That's you hear the O sound? Isn't that a
Okay.
vowel?
You're taking how it translates into spelling it in English, but for them having the Yod He Vahe did not require vowels for them to speak the name of the Tetragrammaton.
Okay, but okay, so what's the difference in something sounding like a vowel and then it not being a vowel? You got the vowel sound, yo, hey, why, hey, but then you saying there's no vowel sound. Are you saying there's no vowel sounds or there's no vowels? Because
For them, they didn't have vowels. Having the sound doesn't mean that they had a symbol that represented the sound.
okay, well, I'm not a master at the language, but I looked into the language some to some degree. I don't agree with that, but hey, that's fine. That's not an issue. All I know is that we don't pronounce them Yahweh. Some people do because of the lack of information or understanding that they had at that time. But most of us nowadays, we don't even call the Most High Yahweh.
Okay, but Yahweh is the God that in the Paleo Hebrew is the name. This is one of the stones that the inscription of in the Paleo Hebrew, where's the Y, the H, W, H, and in the inscription. There's no vowels in there. But once vowels were added to it, it was then YAHWEH.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. Okay, so you got other people living in Israel during our time period, right?
This was the Canaanite deity. Yahweh
Okay,
is the
okay.
Canaanite deity.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. If that's a Canaanite deity, that means Yahweh was there before we got there because Abraham didn't even live in Canaan until later on. The Canaanites was already there. So that's not our. So what I'm trying to show you, whether we're saying the same name as them or not, I don't call on Yahweh I don't call his name Yahweh, but the Canaanites was calling on a deity that we wasn't calling on when we got there. You see what I'm saying? So their Yahweh is definitely not our Most High because in fact, he told us don't even worship them, the gods of the Canaanites. Do you see what I'm saying? So we don't call on no Yahweh. We don't call on, and God's name, the Most High's name is not Yahweh anyway.
What's the
So
Most High name? What's your God's name?
Okay. The Most High's my God name, or the Israelites' God's name is in Exodus chapter. I forgot what chapter this is. It's in the first couple of books. I think it's chapter 4.
What's his name?
Verse 2. Is I am the I am. I am. His name is I am.
Okay.
And you translate that Ava or Aya. Some people say Aya. Some people say Ava. But
So
yeah. So the Most High's name is not don't even have no W in it.
So in everywhere else in Exodus, when it's a capital LORD, that is in Hebrew, that is Yahweh. But the one time that he said that I am, that's what you're going off with his name. When every other time when Moses said he spoke to the Lord, talked to the Lord commanded, the Lord has said, and it's always Yahweh. You gonna say, nah, that ain't him. It's the only time is when he was in the burning bush and said that I am.
Actually, he said his name I am more than once. But I won't go into that at this point. Let me deal with what you're saying.
But you're going to ignore all the times that he was Yahweh to Moses, Yahweh to Joshua.
Okay. When you say
Yahweh to Abraham.
again, they're not. That somebody is pronouncing it Yahweh. That's not how you pronounce.
No, that's how it's written.
No, that's not even his name. That would be more like what he's one of his characteristics or what he's known by. Like he's like they may say Jehovah Nisi or
you're getting into the different titles and all that kind of stuff. But when Abraham is talking to this God, it has in your Bibles. If you look at the Hebrew, when it says capital LORD, it is Yahweh. So who was Abraham talking to if he wasn't talking to Yahweh? Because Abraham didn't talk to the I am, he talked to Yahweh.
It's not. It's not. That's not. That's not in the. That's not in the original Hebrew language. Yahweh is not even in the original Hebrew language.
Yes, it is.
That's not even there. That's later on down the line that they added that in there, in different translations. That's not even in.
Where's your proof of that?
I studied it.
What is the proof of it?
I looked at. I can go into the Hebrew too, and you won't see Yahweh there. You will not see that.
You sure about that?
I'm sure.
Because we was talking about something different yesterday.
You will never see the word Yahweh in Hebrew, in original Hebrew, ancient Hebrew. Now, maybe modern day Hebrew, you might see that Tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton actually comes from Judaism. That don't come from the original Israelites.
Okay.
See, a lot of us, we study Judaism and their history and their information, and a lot of their information, if not all of it, is off.
So what book are you reading? What scripts are you reading? Where can I find your original Hebrew?
Okay, look, I look at the regular, I look at the Strong's Concordance like everybody else.
Oh, Strong's is terrible. I don't look at Strong's at all. Strong's is
okay,
terrible.
well, I look at different Hebrew lexicons or dictionaries.
Which one? Be specific. See, if you make a claim, you got to go.
I just told you. I just told you. One of them is Strong's. One of them is the Blue Letter. And then possibly some other ones. The interlinear. What? I don't know. I forgot the names of them at this point. But Yahweh. Go back to the original language. You're not going to see the word Yahweh. That's not our God. That sounds stupid. Why would we say Yahweh? Why would we spell the Most High's name YHWH?
You know, to make that
put in a way on there.
That is not a good argument to say, why would we call him that? Why would they call him that? They left inscriptions that were calling this God Yahweh. Now, you ain't got to accept it.
No, who left? Wait a minute, hold on. You say they left inscriptions. That's what I'm saying. Judaism has been around for a long time. A lot of people don't realize that we've been out of our land for over 2,500 years. That gave the adversary plenty of time to put in.
Dude, I'm talking about inscriptions that we have found that's on rocks, on tablets in Israel, in the Levant rather, that date back prior to 2,500 years ago.
Okay, and guess what? It was other people. Again, there were other people in the land other than us back then as well. So what I'm saying is that's not us. Yahweh is not our God.
No matter what evidence is delivered, if something that, like the stone that I showed you, demonstrates.
No, sir. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not saying those stones are not. I'm not saying those.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You are going to say that, oh, well, somebody else was there too. So it doesn't matter what I say because somebody else was there.
No, I'm agreeing with you that I'm not saying those stones are not true. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm saying those stones might just be true, but that's not. That don't mean that there are. That don't mean that that's the information that we put on them stones. Do you see what I'm saying? Other people could have transcribed those things into those stones. It's not like we don't.
I'm saying you're saying that other people could have did this or other people could have did that. You're just accepting what you believe, and everything in the past has to fit what you believe.
Everything got to fit on what the Most High shows me. I can't go on the teachings of Judaism. I'm not Jewish. So why would I?
I'm saying is Israelites, bro. These people claim themselves to be Israelites back then. So they ain't claim to be Jewish. They claim to be Israelites. When Meshach came
I have not met one Jewish.
Israelites.
I have not. I don't meet Jewish people, and I very ever hear them say.
I say that these were Jewish inscriptions.
Those are okay. So what? So who inscriptions are they?
They are Israelite inscriptions.
No, they're not. You're saying that and I'm saying they're not.
Okay.
You have no proof. You have no proof that those are Israelite inscriptions. No proof at all. Nobody does. If they saying they are, they're counterfeiting.
Okay,
Or
so here's the thing. Here's the thing. For you, it is going to be they are not Israelites unless they fit the narrative of the Israelites who were sailed away on ships and came to the Americas as slaves. And anybody else and nobody else could have ever been an Israelite. But you're negating the fact that the people who were living in that land from 700 BCE, 600 BCE, these people were Israelites. They called themselves Israelite. They named themselves Israelite. They worship Israelite gods. So any inscription left by those people, you're going to say they're not Israelites. Is it basically?
I'm saying our people did not leave inscriptions as Yahweh as an inscription for a name for our Most High. They didn't do that. That's somebody else. That's Canaanites doing that. That might be some Amorites doing that, or Edomites doing that, but that's not Israelites doing that. And if the Israelites did do that, those are the ones, like I say, went into idolatry. Like the Northern Kingdom, they pretty much was into idolatry. So they might have done something like that. Yeah. They was in idolatry for a long time after King Solomon. I think it's after King Solomon's rule and reign. So yeah, they could have done something like that, but that's not the what I'm saying is, but Abraham.
Was it Israelites who wrote the Isaiah scrolls?
Yeah, no doubt. Yes.
No doubt. You sure about that?
Yeah, the Israelites wrote the Isaiah scrolls. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you won't find the word Yahweh in the original text either. Maybe a modern day text or a modern day translation. Yahweh, this is what I'm trying to show you, sir. Yahweh is an adversary to the Most High. He's an adversary to the Most High. So why would we call on Yahweh when we don't supposed to call on no other God? That's one of our commands by Moses. Moses never called on Yahweh.
Moses does use the word Yahweh, man. So
no, he does not. That's a modern day translation of the Most High.
You're going to say that whatever is found is not y'all, but this
okay. So where you get the original text at?
Okay, so the there are no original texts. Nobody has original texts, right? So you cannot use that term for original text. But this is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So this is a part of the Great Isaiah Scroll, right? As they named it. In the Great Isaiah Scroll, everywhere that is highlighted is the Tetragrammaton. Is Yahweh.
Okay, which one is that one, sir?
Dead Sea Scrolls, Great Isaiah, or Dead Sea, the Dead Sea findings, and this is the Great Isaiah Scroll. Everything.
Is this original? Is this an original or?
The Dead Sea Scrolls date back from the around 200 BCE up to 70 CE.
Okay, so you saying that's not the original. That's not the original findings.
That is the oldest version of Isaiah that we have in existence.
Okay, I got a question. Why does all the other texts look totally different from those 4 letters right there?
Penmanship.
Right, that looks like
about penmanship.
So, no, I'm asking you. No, what I'm saying is, you see the consistency of all the other writing. Pretty much consistent, the size and everything. Why?
Because this has been highlighted. It's been highlighted because of the query that I put in. Those ones were highlighted. You are grasping for any straw you can grab.
No, I just want to. No, give me a chance. I'll just ask the question. That's all. Just give me a chance. Hold on. So you saying, okay? So now you saying that you're going. So how are you pronouncing these? How are you pronouncing that word right there?
Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, Yahweh.
So you saying that's a Y? We reading from what? We reading from right to left, right?
My God. I'm not going through all this. Okay. I asked you the Great Isaiah Scroll. Was it written by the Israelites? You said yes. Israelites put the Yahweh in the Great Isaiah Scroll. Now you're trying to nitpick shit. to be able to now get away from your statement.
Just stay calm, stay calm. I'm just asking. We're just asking questions, brother.
No, you're not. You're not just asking questions. If you were just asking questions, you would just answer the question. They put you said that the great Isaiah, that Israelites wrote Isaiah. That's the oldest copy of Isaiah, is the great Isaiah scroll. It got the Yod He Vah He in it. In my query, I asked for one that highlights where it has the Tetragrammaton.
Again, like I say, that's, I believe that would be more in an insertion. It's not the original, so we can't just say that that's originally how that was written.
Where is there an original? This is the oldest one you got.
I didn't say it's not, sir. Hold on, I didn't say it's not one of the oldest.
So no, not one of the oldest. This is the oldest that we have. All right, this is the oldest, not one of.
Well, I don't have my book. I don't have my book in my laptop with me. I could actually go over and show you that when you read in the Blue Letter Dictionary, the Blue Letter Bible, and concordance and Strong's concordance.
Is that older than the Dead Sea Scrolls? Your Blue Letter, your Strong, is it older than the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Well, the Dead Sea Scrolls is not. It's not the Tanakh. So I mean, even though the Dead Sea Scrolls may have some information, I don't rely on the Dead Sea Scrolls. I rely on the Tanakh. I rely on.
Do you understand? Do you understand that Isaiah, the Dead Sea? So Isaiah, the Isaiah scroll that was found in the Dead Sea, is the most complete version of Isaiah that has ever been found, and that the difference between it and the next scroll, the next most complete copy of Isaiah, is hundreds of years. Now this one, and they are very close to being similar. There's only 2,600 variations. There's 2,600 variations in them. But guess what? One of the variations is not. That's the Tetragrammaton. That's not a variation. They both use. So your Strongs and every other thing that you got is based on a later Isaiah scroll from the Dead Sea Scroll. You understand what I'm saying?
I heard what you're saying. I don't agree with that.
It's not because agreement.
You don't, because they're not, because you got to understand the translations of the Strongs is not necessarily based on that particular version or copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So what I'm saying is when you look at when you look up a word, when you look up the name of the Most High, you don't see the word Yahweh. You don't see that, but you see when you do, those are inserted names that they put in there in these translations.
Bruh, what you are saying makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Let me ask you let me simplify this. Very simple. All right. Let's say you read a book today of an author who wrote 50 years ago, the story of Cinderella, right? Can you hear me?
Okay, say that again.
So let's say today I give you a book of, no, you know what, even better. Let's say I give you the Disney story of Hansel and Gretel, right? That was written by Disney in the 1940s, 50s, 60s time frame, right? You got me? You understand?
Okay.
You got Hansel and Gretel. But then I go and grab up Aesop, I think it's Aesop Fables or somebody like that, who actually wrote the original, which is written like 100 years before them, right? Which one is you gonna say is the most original? The one that the German dude wrote, or the one that Walt Disney wrote?
I'm not, hey, look, you already know the answer to that. Come on.
No, I'm saying, hear the words. Which one are you gonna say is the most original?
Whoever wrote the original one.
Okay. So you're going to say,
I don't know who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls, sir. I don't know who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls, because we didn't call our. Okay. Hold on, let me just say this. We didn't call our.
The Essenes wrote it, who were a sect of Israelites.
Again, I cannot cannot agree with that because I don't. There are scenes. You said that was written in what year? It's okay. That's right. I don't know nothing.
So
we're not.
the Dead Sea Scrolls are they date back from 200 BCE up to 70. I think the Isaiah scroll is somewhere in that 170 BCE time frame.
Cool. I'm glad you said that because we was not even in our land. We were scattered. We ran into Africa hundreds of years before that document that you get on post.
So what is your version of Isaiah that you accept? Where does that come from?
What I'm saying is I can deal with
your oldest version of Isaiah. Where does it come from?
Okay, no, I don't deal with the scriptures like that. I mean, that's fine.
What version of the scriptures are you basing? See, this is the problem that you're not.
I'm about to answer you. Just let me ask you. What I'm saying is the oldest is not even an issue with the oldest, except when it's coming to with me, it's not an issue on what's the oldest, or because I use the modern day versions. It doesn't really matter to me.
Hell no! Oh hell to the no! Earlier, 10 minutes ago, I'm cutting you off. 10 minutes ago, you were talking about the original. Now you're talking about modern day. Make up your damn mind.
No, what I was saying when I said the original, when I was talking about the originals, I was saying that to say that I don't think that I don't want us putting lies on the original text. I'm saying the original text did not read and write like that. Did not say that.
The original? What is your original text? Simple answer. You saying
I don't have no original text. So you already said we don't have no original.
Remember relying on something that you was claiming to be the original text.
I did a comparative study on different translations, and I looked at at the Hebrew. And when I look at the consistency, we did not call on Yahweh, and we did not write the Most High's name YHWH. That's how I know. And not only that, through prayer and study. So
you don't.
No, hold on. Let me just say this too.
No, we're not saying nothing because it's 4 hours into this show and I'm hungry. I'm done.
Well, just fast a little bit longer with me. Fast a little bit longer with me. I haven't eaten anything either. Fast a little bit longer with me.
If you don't, I believe in fasting. No.
I just wanted to show. Can I show you something? Can I just say something? When you say there are scenes, right? I don't think them. As far as I know, if I can remember with my research, them are not our people.
They are. They're not. You may claim that I'm not your people either. So, but no.
Well, I don't know. Well, hold on. I don't know what your bloodline go back to. I don't know what you never told me your nationality.
I'm an American.
You have it now, brother. You have it, my friend.
My nationality is that I'm an American right now. That's my nationality.
Okay, but what's your origin? Where your people come from?
My people come from West Africa, from Nigeria and Mali and the Gold Coast. That's where my family comes from.
Okay, so but what is your people's name? What is your?
They come from, most of them are Yoruba.
They're Yorubas?
Yoruba. Some of them are Dogons, but most of them are Yoruba.
Okay, so are you connected to any of them? Like, do you communicate with any of them?
Fuck no, I don't know. No.
So why would you claim to be a part?
That's not true. I did actually meet some of them once before. Some people that from the tribe, but not. I don't know if they're, because we don't have those records. Just like you ain't got no damn records that show that your family come from Israel.
That's not true.
Show me the paperwork. What's the paperwork?
Genesis through Malachi. That's the paperwork.
No, that's not the paperwork. That's not paperwork. Show me the paperwork. See, the difference is I can pull up. Stop talking. I can pull up the census data that tracks my family back, and I can pull up the shit that tracks my family back. Mm-hmm. You can't pull up shit other than a belief, because
I can't pull up nothing. Why you say I can't pull up?
Exactly. So you just making a claim.
Oh, why you say I can't pull up nothing? The same stuff that you pull up, I pull up too.
Okay, then pull up the census data on your family. Pull up the census data. Pull up the boat that they came from that shows that then before that they came from Israel. Show that.
Oh, I don't need. But see, hold on. I don't
'Cause
need that though. I got some.
I asked you for the information, and you start talking about some
Oh,
Genesis
brother,
shit.
I'm answering you, but you don't like my response. I'm saying I got something better than that. I got something better than the European records.
You got belief.
I got something better than those records, should I say? I got the word of the Most High's records.
No, man. Okay, I'm done. I'm hungry. I ain't got time for this bullshit.
Come on, man. What?
This is why I don't deal with the Hebrew Israelite stuff, because it's just a bunch of bullshit. I just showed this a man here. Yo shit, the oldest version of your book is the Great Isaiah Scroll. It uses Yahweh. But you looked at modern shit that's been written and translated, and then you want to call out European this, European that. Who the fuck wrote the Strongs? Is it a Israelite who wrote the Strong, or is it a European? Who in the hell wrote the Blue Letter? Is it a European or is it an Israelite? I love how they love the Israelites, the Edomites. But then you come back and you utilize the information of a fucking Edomite that you just dogged out. Y'all are so fucking hypocritical. And then you start talking about nationalities, and none of you motherfuckers can ever demonstrate that your family came from any goddamn where beyond America. Y'all always want to claim the Bible and the Most High is my way of knowing. No, that's your faith, your belief, and that's fine. Have your faith, your belief. Stop pushing that bullshit on other people, and stop trying to claim it as some fucking facts, because that shit is not facts whatsoever. It's just a bunch of bullshit. God damn. It is such bullshit. Yeah, I can't believe there's grown-ass people living in fantasies. And that whole Hebrew Israelite shit is a fantasy because I want to hold on to this religion. I don't want to be a part of it in the way it's currently formatted, because I don't want to be a part of the history of it, of all the slavery and all that. And I want to make it seem like white man is so evil, but I'm going to change this. You know, it'll be better if you just said, I'm a black man in America. I want this, we have the slavery thing, but I hate Africans. Just disassociate and go on about your business and do whatever the fuck you want to do. And if you are Israelites, why you ain't over there taking shit over and running shit? Why you letting these other ones go over there and take over and run shit? And yes, I threw that up there because my wife is telling me to go eat, because she know I'm hangry right now, because I was perfectly fine until that bullshit. And now I'm hungry. Woosah. Oh, I need my sound. I might have to play with my sound, use my sound bowl before I eat. I have to do some tapping, clear my energy. All right, y'all. Look, I'll be back here tomorrow. We're gonna talk about the hell and how hell came about and why hell is not real. And I'm gonna challenge any Christian or believer to convince us that hell actually exists, because hell does not exist. So we're talking about hell tomorrow. So prepare yourselves and gird up your loins. Gird up your loins so that we can talk about hell tomorrow. So that hopefully, if somebody's still feeling that little twinge of anxiety about a hell existing while you're in your deconstruction process, we can get rid of that. So y'all have a great day. See you tomorrow. Always remember, share everything, and remember this: you got to free yourself to be yourself, because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey. Good vibrations. And